Hi guys, I will wait and see, let the list populate. I'm gonna share with you some watches from this catalog. Um, and we're also gonna talk about some other watches from the current Rolex catalog as well. I think that was a great conversation that Bear started earlier about what we prefer um, as our favorite watch from the current Rolex catalog. I'm also gonna post a link if you would like to join me. I would very much like to have someone on the panel with me. If not, I can pull it off on my own. Um, it's very nice to have you, Alexander. Um, I know you usually support from the chat, so don't feel obliged to come on the panel. But if you would like that, I would very much like to have you on the panel as well. Let me pull up this stream on YouTube because I want to give Alexander a wrench. Yeah, does it look like the steam room days? I actually have the same camera that I was using on Archie. I guess it's because I'm too cheap and using the free version of StreamYard, perhaps the camera is a little outdated. Perhaps the feed is in lower quality. I can certainly see that. If I know Pavel was making fun of me saying I'm saving $5 on the free version of the StreamYard. So if you feel so inclined, you can always help me afford the full version and actually pay for StreamYard. And you can see the PayPal and Cash App links below. But more important than that is for me, for you to be here, for you to support me in the chat, for you to like and subscribe if you actually like what I'm doing here. Otherwise, it's like a personal journal for me, honestly. So this is actually an auction they held on May 15th, 2017 in Geneva that was called Rare Watches and a Rolex Afternoon, since they had a lot of gorgeous Patek, Chopard, Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin watches, just the whole gamut, actually. But they had an entire selection of very special Rolex watches. And I'm going to actually start with some of the more perhaps regular ones, but that I really appreciate as someone who loves the vintage stuff. This is kind of an ancestor to the Sky Dweller in the current lineup. It's a triple date watch. The reference is 8171, and it comes in a very unique pink gold case with a riveted pink gold bracelet. And there we go. Obviously, aesthetically, it's a very different watch, of course, from the current Sky Dweller. You can see how the white dial has aged. But we have here a beautiful execution of the triple calendar function with a moon phase. I think the watch just looks very beautiful and distinguished with the matching Dauphine or broad sword hands, the triple calendar function. And as you see, it's not an oyster case. So I think that that sets it apart quite beautifully there. And the dial has become patinaed and even a little spotted over the years, but honestly, I think it adds to the charm of the watch at this point. You can see a clear shot of it there. Honestly, just the fact that this is a complicated watch, quite complicated by Rolex standards, I think makes it very nice. But the fact that it is in pink gold, and it comes with this unique case and the broadsword hands, I think makes it a very, very charming watch. This is the 8171 again, and it is lot 176. So quite a beautiful and unique Rolex there. The second watch I wanted to share with you, which I'm even more excited about, even as someone who doesn't quite like chronographs, is a reference 3525. And it's a watch that was retailed by the Swiss jewelers Philippe Beguin. And it's a watch that is pink on pink, right? We were just talking about pink gold watches a second ago on Archie's stream, right? Look at this beauty. Pink gold case, a 2-register chronograph with those vintage old school syringe hands, and also with luminous applied numbers at 12 o'clock and at 6 o'clock. And I think the way they presented this particular watch on that gold-colored leather strap with that beautiful texture and the contrast stitching on it, it's just beautiful. Makes the watch look very distinguished and quite sporty all at once. Again, very unique Rolex chronograph with 2 subdials in pink gold and with a salmon dial, about 8 decades before the hype, because this is actually a watch that's roughly from year 1939. So it's a reference number again, 3525, retailed by Philippe Beguin. You can see that right under the Rolex branding. And it is also marked, it's also branded anti-magnetic at the 6 o'clock position as well. Very unique. The next watch that I wanted to talk about, right, Alexander, the dial is beautiful. And those salmon dials from that particular period of time, the way they age is just very unique. Hard to match it. I'm going to present another chronograph. I keep saying that I don't like chronographs and then fall in love with these watches, at least on the pages here. This is a reference number 4767, and it is the first example, actually, the first reference in steel that we came to know as the Killy. So it's a triple calendar chronograph with a 2-tone silver dial and the matching bracelet. Right, you see you see that whitish pale silver dial, the triple date function with the Arabic numbers for 12, 2, 4, 8, and 10 o'clock, and the sub-registers. It's just a beautiful, beautiful aesthetic. And it is all steel, quite an integrated and actually minimalistic look if you think about it, with everything that is going on the dial. It's a very, very pleasing aesthetic. And of course, the riveted bracelets from that period of time, they're just to die for, in my opinion. Of course, I'm being a little self-serving here since I am wearing my 4-digit sub that is on its original riveted bracelet. Yeah, right, Alexander. I think I completely agree with you. The design of that piece has aged well. It is, again, with everything that is going on that dial. You have the annual calendar, so to speak, right? It's really a triple date because you need to arrange it a few times during the year rather than just in February, which is unique to Patek's annual calendar function. But it's just, it's a lot of watch wrapped together in one neat package that also has a very, very pleasing aesthetic. And again, people are dying for that Salmon dial aesthetic that was so well executed in that late 30s watch. Here you have a watch from roughly 1947. So the perfect boomer watch, post-war, that you would still die for if it came out in some shape or form today. I know we associate this sort of perpetual calendar chronograph type of functions in very distinguished watches with Patek, and it's usually not in steel. But if Rolex was to come out with one, I'm sure people would be at each other's throats to get it at retail and even on the gray market. The next one is a pretty simple one, seemingly, but it's the ancestor of one of the most desired Rolex watches today, Rolex sports watches today, as a steel stunner, and it is reference 6542, the Bakelite GMT from roughly year 1959. Look at that close up and look at how sexy that plastic crystal looks from that particular angle. Again, we have that lovely riveted oyster bracelet. The case seems to be in a surprisingly well-preserved condition for the age. Of course, no crown guards at the time. And the Bakelite bezel, which is original to the watch, still remains in great condition as well. And of course, you can see how that GMT hand, the red GMT hand, is a small one, as is period correct, and how the watch shows its age in terms of how the luminous material has decayed. But I think all in all, it completes a very beautiful, beautiful look. Yes, the famous top hat crystal, as J617 has identified so beautifully, right? Look at that. It's really amazing. You know, it's I would have loved to have seen the preview of this particular auction and examined the watches. Hi, MLMJ, and hi, Brent. Love you both. Thanks for coming. Yes, yes, that's one of the beautiful things about plastic crystals, guys. They don't pick up the smudges so easily. They don't pick up the smudges so quickly, as quickly as the new sapphire crystals do. And of course, they actually, you know, when they get scratched, pardon me, and they get scratched pretty easily, they actually end up looking more beautiful, if you ask me. But if that bothers you, they're also so easy to buff out. You don't even need any specialist material. Just have at hand, you know, the plain, simplest toothpaste that you have, a very small dab of it, rub it on the plastic, and then buff it out with clean cloth, and it will be good as new, perfect condition until it picks up those scratches again. I don't know. I love, you know, I don't know about plastic pumps, but I certainly love plastic crystals on my vintage watches. I learned to appreciate sapphire in one way or another, especially with my 16570, the Polar Explorer, and my newer 16710. Well, newer to me, older than the Polar, to be honest. But at any rate, I really do appreciate the plastics, the top hats, crystals for the GMTs, and the Tropic Superdome crystals that were originally designed for the sea dwellers, of course, but were in many cases also used as a replacement in service for the subs as well. The Superdome sub look is something that I really, really do appreciate. And I think the next time I actually hunted down a True Dome crystal, I'm sorry, I actually hunted down a Rolex Superdome crystal from eBay after years and years of search, and I was really really happy to have found it. And next time my 5513 goes to service, of course with a local watchmaker, I think it's going to come back with the Superdome crystal. I'm really looking forward to that. Right now it has still a dome tropic crystal. Danny,
how's it going, mate?
Look at that. Yeah, we were just talking a little bit about some vintage Rolex watches, but I'm so happy that you joined.
I think you're saying you're going on, and I thought I'll jump on and help you out, and I always enjoy talking to you.
Thank you, man. The pleasure is mine always, and I love seeing that Certi dial two-tone sub always.
Yeah, so. It's seen some action that for years I've had it.
Yeah,
been
and
enjoyed.
It's your daily driver. It's your beater watch, so to speak. I love that. I just love it. And I keep saying this. I hope you don't get it the wrong way, but look, man, you're wearing a precious metal watch or a two-tone watch, and you can actually match the metal with your tooth.
Yeah,
you're unbeatable. You know, you belong to the pantheon of everyday Rolex heroes. So I salute you. I was just gonna show I don't want to miss that, because in the previous video too, I just skipped out on it because I didn't want to rebel stream during Archie. There is one watch that's very, very unique in this catalog, and it's a Submariner prototype, 4-digit, 1680. Do you see this?
That's the first time I've ever seen it.
It's a full white gold Submariner.
That's the first time I've seen it.
And it's on a white gold presidential bracelet with the bark finish on the center links. Let me get to the bigger picture.
That's
The soldier pose, so to speak. Right? Let me get rid of this stupid e-begging part and put myself on the solo for a minute.
So what sort of year? Well, that's 70s, were it?
Everything about it is very unique. It was one of those blue dials, blue nipple dials that aged into this shade of deep purple, sunburst deep purple. It's actually a yellow gold nipple dial, so that's an interesting contrast, and I think it has something to do with the fact that it is a prototype. And it is a 4-digit, right? It's a Submariner date, 1680, and it's roughly from 1973.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating watch. It doesn't have a serial number.
Yeah, it was a prototype, so it probably won't have one, will it?
Yeah, and it's just
And stuff.
just a very, very unique example.
Looking at that sort of looks where the Yacht-Master has evolved from, doesn't it?
That's a very interesting way to put it. That's a very interesting way to put it. See that top hat crystal as well, right? You know, from that angle, the acrylic looks just incredible, so deep.
See, stuff like that, that's what makes it a man's watching it, a tool watch, an everyday watch, stuff like that.
Yeah, and you know, beyond the bark finish there, even with the presidential bracelet, that watch could actually go under the radar quite well. I mean, you know, I know this is... No, go ahead.
I think that's probably the only back finish on a Rolex that don't look cheesy, that don't look cheap and tacky.
Right. Our common friend Saad will probably get a little enraged by that comment, but I actually agree with you. I can't take the bark finish on some of these day dates with the matching bracelet. This looks okay. This looks okay. I think I would have preferred a plain presidential bracelet if we have to. Of course, the riveted one, the riveted oyster would be my top choice, in fact. But hey, it's a prototype, and apparently it was the property of an important Italian private collector. It says it was predicted to fetch 250,000 Swiss francs to 500,000 Swiss francs. Should we check what it actually went for? This is lot 271 of lot 271 of that rare watches and a Rolex Afternoon. I'm reading.
Selling auction.
Yeah, it's from an auction in May 2017. So a little less than almost 5 years ago now.
180. I reckon 180.
Yeah, that's your guess, 180?
I think 180. I might be wrong, but I think because it being a prototype.
Let's see. Rare watches and a Rolex Afternoon. And we said lot 271. Guys,
What's
if
your
you're
guess before you look?
what's my guess? I think it went for, before the buyer's premium, I think it went for 300,000 at least in Swiss francs.
Right.
Let's see. We're almost there. Price realized. The estimate was between 250 to 500,000, and it actually went for 631,000 Swiss francs, almost 632,000 Swiss francs. Amazing. I mean, it's a prototype. It's one of one. You know what else to expect?
I was taking stuff into account of in 2017. It won't, like, I know it's a prototype back in year, but people want us hyped. And now they're trying to get into it.
Probably today it would go probably closer to 1 million. I'm sure. If not,
I reckon so.
Million. And look at one thing that I will give to the bark finish, right? It does in a way mirror the detail on the rotating bezel. And you see they did the ridges here, they did the coin edge here and here, but not all over. So there's a nice smoothness to it as well, and the coin edges. And inside, the graduated parts from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, etc. They're done in a finish that plays well with the barked finish of the center links. So yeah, it's just a very unique beauty.
Have you noticed it started yellowing as well? The yellow gold started to come through the white.
Right, because it's not like the modern white gold of Rolex, I guess, huh?
No, it's not being touched, has it? So it's starting to flash through yellow. It's not so like from then it's not being replated.
Yeah, that is actually for a unique watch like this. That is good to know that it hasn't been touched or polished or tinkered with too much.
I definitely think the Yacht-Master won't evolve from that.
Right. Let's take a look at that. By the way, I was thinking that we could jump a little bit into the modern catalog, and Sir Ainsley wore a very interesting prototype Yacht-Master in the recent America's Cup, but of course, what it brought to mind was perhaps a little bit of this, the Yacht-Master 42 in white gold on oyster flex. Of course, it's a very different watch with a very different dial. The proportions are a little different. And of course, it is on a modernized version of a rubber bracelet. Nevertheless, it's an interesting watch. Ouch. That's not what I wanted to show. I wanted to... This is the Yacht-Master 42 in white gold. Yeah. And I will actually... Of course, we don't have the blue rhodium dial one in the current catalog, I think, although we can certainly pull up a picture of it online. I do like Yacht-Master in two-tone because it reminds me of the root beer, since it actually has a brown dial.
Yeah. I was saying the other day, I prefer the old root beer, what you've got, than the new root beer. 100%.
My man. Yes, I do prefer that myself too. But this is the, beyond the GMT, that is called the root beer now.
Yeah.
This is one that I actually prefer and like to call the root beer in the contemporary lineup. I wanted to also show two things. I'm going to show the prototype Yacht-Master that Sir Ben Ainslie wore. It's apparently in titanium, and it's absolutely real, but who knows if it will ever go in production. Also, guys, please feel free to jump on the panel. I'm sending out the link again as well.
Jump on. He's helped out plenty enough with everyone else.
And here we go. This is what he wore on a canvas strap, a black canvas strap, a 42 Yacht-Master in titanium.
Is it just the pictures, or does it say it's actually? Because I've not seen this article.
Say that again, Danny.
I says on this article, does it say it's in titanium? It's hard for me to see on my phone.
Yeah, it's apparently a prototype that was produced for him. It's a no date titanium, has a beautiful aesthetic. I don't know if they would ever produce this. I don't know if it will make its way to the lineup in one way or another. I kind of feel like Rolex left the canvas / NATO strap watches to Tudor, but I would be really excited about the inclusion of a watch like this in the lineup, even if I wouldn't be interested in buying one myself. I think, within the limits that they give to themselves, I think Rolex should innovate a little more. Don't reinvent the wheel, but once every so often, give us something different.
I think that looks much better without the date as well, mate.
I think so. I'm a minimalist when it comes. I'm two-liner sub kind of guy. No date. I like the minimalism that this watch somehow exudes.
It says class, doesn't it? But no, like the less is more sort of factor on that.
Yes, and I think the titanium presented with a black fabric strap or canvas strap. It's something different, yet recognizably Rolex as well, which to me again makes this a very interesting watch.
So do you think that they're using Tudor as the guinea pig with different sorts of alloys to see what interests again to move up?
Yeah, because I think the Pelagos has been actually a very popular watch in the Tudor lineup. Of course, it's not as mainstream and, pardon me, widely sold as Black Bay 58, which is kind of the flagship for Tudor. But I think Pelagos has been very much appreciated for people who wanted something, with crown guards and full bracelet and a little larger as well.
Yeah.
Blue on blue with the bezel and the dial. And maybe one day, we will have a Rolex with titanium as well, even though a lot of times people look down on it as a material. I would love to see it. I would really, really love to see it.
I definitely think that they're using Tudor as a guinea pig to see what they can get away with. Like they did the silver one, didn't they? They did the gold alloy one. They've done bronze, titanium. Yeah. And I think they'll be using it for like marketing research to see which is a good seller, what sort of material is a good seller. I think they're using it as a guinea pig, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, that's again, I want to see some results of those experiments, if you know what I mean. You know, with all those guinea pigs butchered for scientific purposes, we want to see some
Sorry,
results.
mate. Sorry, mate. I forget what's.
No,
I forget
no,
that
no.
you're vegan and I'm using that as a term. Sorry.
No, I have a thick skin, man. Come on. Hi, Y2K. So all I mean is you know, yes, let's experiment with Tudor. I know you can take more liberties, you know, because Rolex still separates itself out within the you know, within the company. But you know, at the end of the day, it needs to. Wow. Wait a second. Oh no, this is right. This is the white gold one. This is not the prototype that
You're
the
seeing it
guys.
shine.
Yeah, this is in 2019 in Baselworld. This is the white gold Yacht-Master, but you can see in that lighting. Of course, it's
You
an
just see it get the
original.
twinkle,
Yeah,
and it's got the date.
yeah. I think the no date look is actually very nice and very fitting on that titanium. Very minimalist, and I actually do appreciate it. But hey, you know that you can hardly go wrong when you endorse a successful athlete and put this kind of watch on someone's wrist in an actual sporting event, you know? So nothing wrong with that.
At one point, I would have said Rolex, no, they'll never bring it out in titanium, but I think they've done that as a prototype, so people see it, start talking about it, because the Yacht-Master one, it's never really been. It's only recently, like it's going at silly money, but it's never really been a watch people go for in the sports line, is it? It's always.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Anyway, I
You know,
like them.
yes, speaking of watches with a sporting heritage and real provenance, one of the watches that I will still kick myself for missing out is I was getting some extra Rolex service pouches, right? So I went to a place that now calls itself First Class Dials. I don't know if it was named as such at that time, but it's in the jewelry district in downtown Los Angeles. And when I went there, I know that they sell, you know, dials and parts, and once every so often they have great watches. So I said, like, do you have anything interesting? You know, do you have any vintage subs and this and that? And I already had, you know, my root beer and the sub that I inherited from my father that I'm wearing now. Hi, Tim. But I still was very intrigued by this 5513 they showed me, and it was just ahead, right?
Yeah.
And it had an engraving on the case back, and I was like, that's a bummer, because it was kind of a decent price, and the engraving was quite intriguing to me. At that point, I had no clue whatsoever. It was actually the Olympic rings, and it said 1984. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. But I passed on it because I was like, you know, it's just the head of a watch. You already have a sub that's basically a better version of this. And you know, who wants a watch with someone else's engraving? But that kind of started, like, it planted a seed in my head, right? So the next 2 days I just continued thinking about it and researching about it. And you know what I find? That
Go
for the 1984 Olympics, which happens to be, by the way, my birth year, right? You know, so it had that
on.
appeal as well. If you care about it, I didn't, but anyway, it's 1984 for the Olympics that were held in Los Angeles. The U.S. sailing team actually issued to each and every one of its members a 5513 on a NATO strap.
I bet you're kicking yourself every day. Everything about that watch were you on it?
The minute I read this story, the minute I learned about this story, I basically ran out. And basically I was gasping for breath when I was at their door. The watch was gone.
Yeah, it was on a long run. Long.
And let me tell you, just so the heartbreak becomes more severe, I turned down that watch for less than 5K USD.
I feel like ending stream.
Like I don't honestly, I have missed so many great deals in my life, but this is the one that I will be kicking myself about.
Yeah,
to the bitter
that'll
end.
on you. That'll on you. Because the thing is, as well, a lot of 5513s, a lot of bracelets are knackered on them anyway. So a NATO strap would have gone really well on it because the 5513 is also like linked to James Bond. I know he wore the 6238.
I actually wear this.
38, sorry.
Yeah, wear this on a NATO strap all the time. You know, there's this NATO strap that I have.
Screen, so I can put it on big screen. What you've got on, Lord.
Of course, I will right now. So this is the NATO strap that I use. I know it's stolen valor, and as a Brit, you'll probably hate me even more for it because it replicates the Royal Artillery, you know, that they wear on their ties, the zigzag pattern that is in navy and red. And I actually have my initials on it chain stitched, which I'm not gonna show. But it's a beautiful NATO strap, and since this is a Holz case, we can actually do it
I miss
live.
that Holz cases.
Because so here it is on a riveted.
Oh, that's got the original rivet. Bloody hell, that's in good condition. That bracelet, isn't it?
It is because I actually
sideways.
I actually sent it to Hong Kong to be straightened out and tightened again.
Yeah.
And they did a light polish on it.
Oh, that is mint.
So, but the head itself, of course, is in proper condition. Since it's my father's watch, I don't think I will ever get it polished. I like it beaten up, and I like it in that condition. Jay Gray, I know I'm supposed to be young, but I've aged terribly. So
Add paper out.
Very, very old, 37 years old.
Is that meters first, that Lord?
Yes, it is. In fact, Tim was having drinks with his friend Tony in Philadelphia, and he had a very similar watch to this, also meters first. Admittedly from 1969. This is from 1968. And it was on a jingly jangly, jingly jangly Jubilee. And that looked beautiful. It's just a nice little thing. So I'm gonna, Danny, you talk a little bit, and I'm gonna just pull out this bracelet and put it on a NATO.
Yeah. Before you pull it out, let's see the stretch on it. See how good a job the bloke's done.
Too late.
That quick.
I can
Lovely.
do this. Look.
Fuck me, he's done a wicked job on that.
Yeah, the Hong Kong people do a great job on it. I can share the information about it in a later stream. I will pull up the info, but they're just fantastic with it. So here's the head of the watch already released from its pane. Let me put on the extra lug pins that I have for it.
You see, this is why I miss lugholes in new models.
Yeah.
What a pain in the ass it is now to change a bracelet. You start pulling sellotape out and put it on bugs, and then try and grab it with. You need free hands to do it, really, don't you? On newer stuff.
Shit, man, you guys are a riot. You know, that's why I love you guys from the UK. You know, you just have a better sense of humor.
Yeah.
You need three hands for it.
You do though, don't you?
No, but I mean,
push it.
What can be a better way to put that, right?
Yeah.
And there we go. You know, now it's on a NATO.
Yeah.
I have some plain color NATOs as well, which go even better. I have this kind of slate blue gray one. Oh, let's see it. Oh, nice, the regimental
that
one.
I bought. Yeah.
Wait,
it's only a cheapie, but that were for an experiment. I wore my 5513 on this.
Oh man, that's so great. Looks beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Bit knackered now, but that's because it got worn.
Yeah.
I have a love-hate relationship with NATOs. One day I love them, day after I hate them.
You know who ruined it for me? I actually love wearing, especially subs. I love wearing on NATO straps, but this TGV guy, you know him.
You were gonna say. I knew you were gonna say that.
It was just like he made it so trendy to put anything and everything on NATO straps. I just got fed up with it. I said, okay, I'm not wearing NATO straps ever again.
I know when it killed it for you from him. When he got a Datejust and he put a fucking NATO strap on a Datejust.
Why? The Datejust is supposed to be worn on a jingly jangly Jubilee. That's what gives that sort of F off vibe to it, especially if it's two-tone. You know, you are supposed to wear it, just the middle finger.
Ghastly.
How ghastly. How
ghastly.
Oh man.
What do you think, Hugo? Too much time on his hands, that guy.
Yes, J. Did I get Michael Young to do it? Exactly. It's a Michael Young job. He is the guy in Hong Kong. Thanks for reminding me. I would have to dig through my documents if I were left to my own devices. It is Michael Young. They're based in Hong Kong. You send them an email with the type of the watch, with the type of the bracelet. They give you an estimate. You send it out to them. The wait time is a little long. I think they took about 4 months, more than 4 months, almost 5 months to do it. But they did a proper job. They did a proper job. And I was, again, I was averse to the light polish. I think at that time they told me, it's if you want us to do the job, I think we do the light polish. And I said, to hell with it. You know, it's okay. And I actually don't mind it. I don't mind it. I like it. Because ultimately, again, I don't wear the bracelet too much. So I like preserving it in that pristine condition. It's not perfect, and I don't want it to be perfect anyways. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's just amazing. And look, if, by the way, I will, I don't want to play around too much, but I have an all steel 5-digit Datejust from the 70s, 1601-4, and it has a silver linen dial, right? You don't want the jingly jangly Jubilee? Here's your solution. Get a nice leather
calf skin.
Yeah, textured calf skin, like the texture is embossed, of course. You want it a little sporty. Here's some contrast stitching. Put a Rolex buckle on it. It's still sporty. It's still a nice look. This would look actually great with this sub as well.
It'd have to be an older sub.
Yeah. Yes. It you know, it's supposed to have a ghost bezel of some sort. But yeah, I mean, you want to go sporty, think a little outside the box. Don't just put a NATO strap. I also have an old school tropic rubber strap for it. This is what I usually wear my sub like for when it's hot out, and I want to wear it in a sportier way than the full bracelet look. And you know what, Danny, actually, the only person who was able to recognize my watch in the wild when I wear it on these, you know, rubber strap or with a NATO without its full bracelet was a friend who said, "You have a Tudor watch." And I was like, yeah, you're almost right. This is what Tudor wishes that it looked like. And I think it was, to me, it was a great compliment to the watch, but also to Tudor, because they nailed certain aspects, certain aesthetic dimensions of that vintage look, and they're making it accessible to more people at a very reasonable price point. And I actually love that. I appreciate that. When you, and that's the thing, you know, I know, again, with the look you are pulling off, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. But in Los Angeles, when I go out, I don't always want to attract the wrong kind of attention. You know, sometimes I'm fine.
I get that. I get that.
Other days I say, okay, if I wear this on a NATO strap, or if I wear this on a leather strap, if I wear it on a rubber strap, no one really knows that it's a Rolex. Yeah. And people who think it is a Rolex think that it's a fake Rolex.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. Because of that.
I love that, actually, because, you know, I'm not trying to fool anyone. I'm not trying to look a certain way. I just love the fact that I can wear my father's watch on a daily basis, and it doesn't look out of place. It's how a modern sporty watch is supposed to look. And I had that experience, actually, when I was in a Rolex AD, and finally they got all these exhibition models, right? And I was trying on the SD43, Sea Dweller 43, with the red writing.
I've got that one.
And you do?
Yeah, Mark 1.
Do you have it here?
I could probably get it within 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, well, after I finish the story, maybe. So I actually, before I put it on, I was wearing.
Tell you what,
I was wearing this.
I'll just stop you a minute.
Okay.
If someone can jump on, you're having the chat with them, then I can go get it.
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll talk until that happens, and then.
Yeah. Hey guys, if you would like to jump on and help me out and help us see Danny's SD43 with red writing, that would be great. Please join the conversation. But until then, so before I tried on the SD43, and I was wearing this on a leather strap, actually. Let me see if I have that leather strap here. I do. Where is the... Yeah, so I was wearing it like Dr. No style on a like padded alligator strap.
Yeah.
And I put it right next to the SD43. And it was just everything that I love about Rolex, because here were two watches that, oh, Jay Gray is here. Jay Gray Sweater, welcome.
Hello. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Yeah, so I, before, after we finish the story, Danny will show us.
I'm not just going to walk off while you're talking there.
I put them next to each other, and to me, it was just so great, because here were two watches that were so similar. They had a family resemblance, but it was like, I liken this to an immigrant family, right? So the dad is very old and distinguished, somehow shrunken down in size, from old age, but he has aged gracefully and still looks good. And his son, since he's raised in the new country with better nutrition, he's taller, he's a little more muscular, a little more physical, a little more modern, has taken on some of his father's tastes, but took it somewhere else. And to me, that was where the Sea Dweller 43 was. It was just a beautiful,
totally get that,
modern iteration of that Submariner ethos. It was great.
It's sort of like a chip off the old block. It's sort of like the dad wearing brogues and the son wearing trainers, isn't it?
Yeah. It was just great. So would you be so kind to pick it up and show us? All right.
Right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I've just got to go and pick it up.
Thank you, my friend.
That was
so Jay, great. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you, sir?
Good. Thanks for coming on. How's your night so far?
It's 10:41 my time, or 10:45, depending on the watch. All is well.
And what are you wearing, if I might ask?
I'm wearing a Seiko 5 at the moment. I'm wearing a Seiko 5 field watch. Date, display case back, $70 3 years ago to my door from Amazon.
I have my Seiko right next to me, the SKX.
Yes, I need a watch with a rotating bezel.
Yeah.
Not too bad of an action.
Yeah. It's beautiful, actually. I was, Plastic was asking, what watch he should get for the boys, of which he has 3, right? He has 3 beautiful sons. And since Plastic is so obsessed with his Pepsi, I said, this is the watch you should get. So the boys can have their own Pepsi, run around with it, bang about with them. And they will, in the meantime, aspire to owning something like Daddy's watch at some point. And I think this would be a nice starter for, I mean, any Seiko, really. Any Seiko would be a great starter watch for a young kid. And of course, the Pepsi colors are great for the plastic boys.
Yes, I would definitely advise going with a Seiko to get them started. Much more than a flick flack.
Yeah, I mean, it can work. It can work. No, I try not to hate on any watch, but if I'm in a bind, and if I feel like I can't. I think J617 was asking this question: can they be sealed watertight? They can be. The 4-digit Rolexes can be sealed watertight if you get them checked by a responsible and capable watchmaker. They can change the gaskets and make sure that everything is well sealed. But why take the risk?
No, exactly. I have a pre-68 Tudor Prince Oyster. That was my grandfather's, and I don't even take it into the washroom when I'm having a shower.
Yeah. So
never mind the shower.
Same thing for me. Unless, look, I mean, if let's say I'm actually doing something meaningful, like a sort of life event that's dedicated to a water sport, and I don't mean the naughty ones, then I can see that occasion, right? Let's say, I'm not 60 yet, but let's say I'm in my 60s and I want to swim in an open seas competition where participation and completion in and of itself is an achievement, right?
Yes.
Then I can say, okay, let me get this watch to service to my watchmaker who specializes in vintage Rolex, and make sure that everything is well sealed, all the gaskets are replaced, and everything is watertight. And then I will wear it on a NATO strap and actually swim with it, and then I will retire it after that competition.
Understood.
Something like that. But yeah. I'm not gonna, just
something to build memories with.
Right. Otherwise, I'm not gonna just shower with a 4-digit Rolex just because my watchmaker told me that it's watertight.
I briefly was in a discussion yesterday or 2 days ago with Dodger. And he went on a limb and said, I think maybe these mechanical watches have souls. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do.
I agree. And I actually really appreciate the way Dodger talks about watches and talks about his watches in particular. I think he's one of those people who has an actual meaningful connection to his watches. So it really shows.
He's good fun and he's very well grounded.
Yeah, Dodger is a very good friend.
J617 says that was his first watch.
A Timex Weekender was my first.
Okay. I had a I think it was a Casio. It was quartz. It wasn't digital, but it looked like a boiled egg on my wrist when I was 5 years old. A white strap, white case. There's a picture of it somewhere, but unfortunately, I have no idea what happened to that piece.
I also had later on. I had a swatch with a rotating bezel. That was in this god-awful phosphorus yellow, like a neon yellow. But I love the shit out of that watch. I hate the sight of it now. I still have it somewhere in my mom's house. But that still has great memories because I would just fiddle with it the whole day.
Yes.
All day, like this. And that's even though it has no action, that's one of the things that I like about the 4-digit bezels, because it goes both ways, and it's
Okay.
smooth.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, like you can turn it in both directions,
Okay.
which of course, in a
Not
way,
if you're actually diving.
right? Exactly. I mean, it's not for modern diving, anyways. But yes, that was an improvement, of course, that it became only one direction, so it couldn't be knocked off. But yeah, you see absolutely no click on it. Very smooth movement.
Okay, so very similar to a GMT bezel now.
Yes. Plastic swatch diver. Yeah, I think Look, I was so young at the time. I think I must have been, when I got that watch, I must have been 7 years old. And I had no idea about the concept of a diver watch. So for me, it was just something to fiddle with. And it was great fun. It was great fun.
Yes, I bought a very cheap. One of my first watches that I ever bought was I believe it was a Waltham, and it was a diver. I had to have it. And again, I don't know where that one is.
Shoot. Jay Gray, I'm going to ask you first. MLMJ has a very good question. What was your COVID lockdown watch?
Oh, the COVID lockdown. When the COVID started, it was Vacheron Constantin overseas blue dial, the new one with the display case back. That was the one I was lusting after in March of 2020.
Okay.
And
were you able to get it or not?
No.
Okay.
And I'm even further away from getting it now because everyone else has spotted how nice they are.
Yeah. I actually, when it comes to the overseas line, I love the second generation, the chronographs with the big date display, the 2-window date display. I've never quite warmed up to the third generation.
No?
No, but I mean, I can see why it's so appealing, and I think they outdid themselves, honestly, in the third generation in a way, because of course it still belongs to that genre of the sports watch with the integrated bracelet, and especially with the blue dial, it falls right into that Royal Oak, Nautilus, overseas trilogy, or trinity, you might say. However, I think they produce a much more original watch in the third generation that sets itself apart. I think Danny's ready for us.
Yeah, don't let me interrupt your story.
Would love a little bit of a backstory. How did that watch get to you, Danny? What's going on?
Which one?
The one you're showing us. You said someone had to bring it around?
Yeah, I've got someone to drop it off for me. I don't keep them at home. I just keep one or two.
Intriguing, though. Beautiful
My camera's
watch,
not right. This is Mark 1. This has got the matte dial rather than the gloss dial.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! It's even better. Even better. Fuck.
To tell with my camera, but if you get them side to side, you can tell. I mean, I don't think a lot of people really notice.
Oh my God!
And I've took it has a diver's extension that I've took out. I mean, it's still got the glide lock.
Okay.
So I can't fucking on it for that long. I forgot to do it. Oh, there we go. So I've done that. Like micro adjuster there, glide lock. But I think it's only this one of the modern ones that come with a diver's extension as well, which, like I say, I've taken it out because it's quite big. It's like a big block. Like it goes like a big block there. So I just screwed it out and put it just without, because I don't really need I don't need diver's extension because it's got the glide lock on it.
Right. That's beautiful. That's Yeah, gimme.
Can you get it? I'll pass you it.
You know that
I don't
I
think anyone's taking a watch off of Danny.
no, but I can see, you know, why you would have it stashed away somewhere, because it's very beautiful.
I can't really just be having loads of stuff like this, just laying about like MTV cribs. You don't know what's going to happen, do you?
No, you really don't.
But I think you have
we
an idea.
were talking about, Danny, maybe you can respond to this question as well, because MLMJ had this very good question. What was your COVID lockdown watch? Which one did you wear most?
Does that mean it'll probably surprise you actually? A Breitling Super Ocean.
Oh no, why would it surprise?
Because everyone thinks that I just wear Rolex.
Right. I mean, I guess the same goes for me, but I also have the Seikos and now a Reverso as well. So in my case, actually, I always wanted, I was talking about my Datejust, right? I've always wanted the Rolex Datejust with a linen dial and the white gold fluted bezel. And I looked around for years for one that came on a bracelet that was in a decent condition, wasn't polished to toothpick lugs and everything. And I finally found one during the lockdown. Actually, it was on eBay. And I don't usually trust watches on eBay, but I took the plunge and it arrived, and I was satisfied with it. And it was just the right time for me. I had some money lying around, and it was a great deal. Even at that time, it was $32.50 plus tax. So it's still a good dial. I think they go for much, much more now.
Yeah, 100%.
I should bring that down while you two talk. Let me see.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm in London, Danny. Where are you?
And are you a American in London?
No, I'm a Canadian in London.
Canadian. I always get mixed up, sorry.
And I'm in London, Canada. Get that through your head.
You know.
It's on
It's
the
a bit late
Thames
for me to
River,
work
sir.
out.
It's on the Thames River as well. Not very original, my neighbors.
Yeah, I'm in Yorkshire.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you know where that is.
Yeah, it's north in England.
That's right, yeah. Up north.
To the northeast.
That's nice. That suits your wrist, that. Looks well on your wrist, that.
The rattly, jingly, jangly Jubilee. I hope the linen dial shows somehow.
It's hard to show a linen dial on a camera.
Especially with the glow and...
Does it remind you a linen dial? Does it remind you of that wallpaper from 90s and 80s? Do you know what I mean?
Of course I do. I had my childhood room papered in something like that, in cream, though not the not silk.
Yeah.
But
What do they call that stuff? Sorry.
Compared to that oyster bracelet from the Sub, look at this one.
But that just to that era, that's where it is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. If I'm wearing a Datejust from the 70s, I fucking want the rattly, jingly, jangly Jubilee. You know who comes to mind when I wear this? Although it's not as loose at all. You might know who I mean. Who wears these a Datejust on a jingly, jangly bracelet?
We have to say his name again. It's not
Roger
the idiot,
Waters.
is it?
Roger
Right,
Waters.
I thought you were going to say totally ghastly.
I'm not.
I'm
no.
going to say.
I want to
What's
just show a picture of Roger Waters with his. I think it's his father's Datejust, actually. Let me see if I can find a nice close up where you can. Oh yeah. There we go. I'm gonna
Read in the comments.
share the screen. You see?
2 seconds.
Oops. I was thinking that it would zoom, but there we go.
It's a good job they want a dick pic in there.
No, it's not. It's not my.
Flip through and a big cock comes up, man.
It's not my photo roll, thankfully, which could have some nasty and vicious pictures. But yeah, there is good old Roger with his Datejust. He also has a two-tone, but this is Richard Gere, of course. This is, I don't know.
Yeah, you confused me a bit because I see one picture and it flicked through right fast and landed on Richard Gere. I thought that's Pretty Woman, man.
Because the funny thing is, this is actually a website that I love, Jake's Rolex World. When it comes to particular historical Rolex watches that we associate with one person over another, he has pages and pages of very summary information, but great visuals. So like this one, for example, now you can see better. You see, that's the Datejust. It's very similar to his, actually, and he wears it very loose, as if it were like a link bracelet. And it's especially visible when he is in concert like that. You see?
Yes.
The gap.
Very nice.
Yeah. But it's like an old pair of jeans, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, when once you start wearing them, the more battered they are, the more comfy they are.
Apparently, this was how it got connected. Richard Gere versus Roger Waters.
Right.
Separated at birth.
Was that Pablo Picasso in headdress at the top of the page?
What?
Pablo Picasso in headdress at the top of the page?
Oh, yes. What they would call cultural appropriation today, Jay Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let's see what kind of Rolex that was. I would love to know what Rolex Picasso wore.
Yes.
I wonder if it's a 55. No, it's not, is it?
It's a stainless steel 4-digit GMT-Master, 1675.
A 1675, eh?
Yes, sir.
Ah. I'm going to have to go cry in the washroom for a minute.
Oh, why? Did you sell one just like it?
3 years ago. Shoot me now. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, it says Pablo Picasso is pictured below wearing an American Indian headdress while sporting his stainless steel Rolex GMT-Master in his later years in the 1960s. The supreme irony behind Picasso wearing a Rolex GMT-Master is that in the 1960s, his art had been completely whacked out and anti-symmetrical for many, many decades. Yet he wore a Rolex which was completely symmetrical and perfectly balanced.
So that would have been the Bakelite insert water on that.
No, the 1675s were already.
Oh yeah, that's the thing in it. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
You have to go a little further back for a 4-digit on Bakelite.
Yeah.
I showed one earlier, if you remember, like a 65 42, for example.
I'd love to see one in flesh, if there's any still survived.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, this was the one I showed from the catalog from almost 5 years ago now. And you know that those numbers are supposed to be luminous as well in the best.
Right, I wasn't sure. I wonder why they stopped doing that now then. You'd think they'd do it more so now, wouldn't you?
Oh well, the Bakelite, of course, even more than the ceramic, is extremely fragile. So if you dropped it once, probably it cracked almost immediately.
No, I don't mean the Bakelite. I mean looming the numbers of the GMT and the Explorer. You'd think they'd do it now. It'd be so easy for them to do now, would it? That and the Explorer too, because the Explorer 2 is a caving watch in it. So you'd think they'd have some more loom to show while you're in a dark cave.
Yeah, I like it. You know, I like the idea. Of course, they don't have to do it in radium as they were in good old days.
Well, yeah, suppose that's another story as well, isn't it?
Before our health, I'm more worried about, you know, the people in Geneva and BN and you know, all other Rolex facilities where they would be producing these things. You know, a lot of the women who were producing and painting dials at the time actually died from cancer.
Yeah, so, it ruins it, isn't it? But I mean, they could use something else, couldn't they? In fact, they could even use that chromalite.
There must be a method, but you know, the way they struggled in producing certain colors and getting it right over the years, with the chromalite is what they call their ceramic material, right? In the contemporary Rolex lineup, right? That's the ceramic bezel inserts. Yeah, I mean, probably they can't work luminous material into that. If they had such a hard time getting certain colors right, I'm assuming that it won't be that straightforward to get loom into it. But who knows? Maybe it was.
I just think they were. I just think it's down there. They've got the technology. Look at the Batman, the GMT Batman. That was the first one. So I'll just read that. Danny has a special touch. When they see him, they just give their watches. What can I say? No comment.
I know you just went out to the street and you said, "Come here."
What time is it?
Yeah. I forgot what we're saying now. Lost my thought. What
we were talking about loom.
In the loom.
Oh yeah, Sorry, yeah. That's what we're getting on to. I reckon they can do it because when they built the Batman, when they made the Batman, the big bang about that is it was the first company that could bond two different colours in ceramic together. So if they can do that with ceramic, I don't see why they couldn't just put a bit of lube in an insert.
It's true, but then you remember how long it took them to get the red right on the Pepsi bezel, right?
The ceramic Pepsi bezel.
Yeah, because is it when you put a UV light on it, is it all purple or something? I think the full thing's purple, isn't it? It all shows as one colour when you put it under a UV torch.
And every generation, you know, you talked about the dials on the Sea Dwellers. Every generation of those GMTs they come out with the Pepsi, it's a different shade of red. You know, some are more like pink. So I don't know. Chaos is absolutely right when he says Danny shines next to Lord when he's allowed to speak. my fault.
No, it's not. He don't mean that. What he's saying is because sometimes you go on some streams and some people just talk and you can't get a word in. And then on, say, like if I go on Arches, I don't like to start butting in all the time because it is the main man, you know. I don't want to start butting in when he's let me on. I'm really grateful he's let me on.
Yeah, same here.
And that's why I didn't go on yesterday, because about the war situation. I didn't want to get into that. I had no to say about it, so be a waste of time me going on there. And it's people are a bit sensitive to what's going on. Obviously, people have got family there, so I didn't want to get any involvement in that. I don't think it was right there for me to go on.
No, I agree. I also, you know, again, I have my own opinions, but I'm no expert. It's not like I know more about it than the average person. And ultimately, I'm just against war, and I pray for,
because it's pointless. It's pointless. It's a waste of time. And what does it achieve in the end of it? What we're fighting for?
Well, for some,
waste of lives.
For some, it means profit, Danny.
Well, yeah, but all the puppet masters, it's only them that benefit from it, isn't it? Everyone's losing their life and they're still sat in the comfy chairs.
Well, in the end, the people who profit will have answers to questions when they're on their deathbed.
Hello, Silver.
That really is the crux of it, I think.
Yeah.
Money
and
power.
You know, it's like, you know, that whole saying about when elephants fight, right? It's the grass that gets trampled upon. So it's usually the meek, you know, it's usually the average citizen who bears the brunt of these struggles. And it's oftentimes, again, it's like, since, not that I wish, I don't even want to put it out there, but let's say after the Second World War, it's almost always been, or it's mostly been, proxy wars, right? You know, it's the superpowers don't fight each other. They usually fight it out in other countries by pitting different forces against each other. So it's even worse. So
it's just a touchy subject, because if you talk politics, there's no winners in politics, because it just goes on. Someone's got a view of this, someone don't agree with that, and everyone's got their own view.
But I mean, to go to the main thing that we were talking about, when I'm on Archie's stream, you know, I talk a little too much anyways, but I try my best to remind myself, okay, just speak when you're spoken to. Speak when you're spoken to. So
that's me in there. Yeah. No, I think you do a good job. You don't butt in with stupid comments, and you speak and answer questions when you're asked. You know, sometimes I piss about, and I'm common as muck. So when I'm talking, I don't want to spoil his stream for him. Do you know what I mean? And I don't want to get kicked off it either, because I enjoy him.
I was just responding to some chats. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, I want this channel to be, you know, to be dedicated to watches and watch knowledge, and of course we talk about any number of things through watches, right? It always becomes a larger conversation about life, at least about our lives, and how watches become part of those lives. So I'm very interested in those conversations. But as Alex says in the chat, Alexandre, never talk politics with friends, always ends badly. And I agree for the most part.
Yeah. It'll just go on for days. At least on the internet, I suppose you can press end, can't you? But when you politics, there's no right answers, is there, as such?
Look what Chaos is saying. You want to read it, Danny?
Danny, I gave you a lot of shit, and I'm trying to read it because I'm on my phone. And it is here that you have proven It is me. It was. Oh, don't worry about it. Life goes on, Paul.
Yeah, I think we're all good here. I like this group of people. I'm familiar with this group of people from the 24/7 stream, which again I dearly love. That I won't be part of it doesn't mean I will talk shit about it. I will talk behind the back. I think the people who run it in the panel and in the chat make it a great place. I will still drop by the chat. I still love the conversations that are generated there and that are always going to be unique to an all day, everyday stream. So I love that it exists. I just decided to, use my time some other way because I was not happy about certain issues. And it's more than just one character. It was mostly with the person who runs the channel. But we don't have to belabor the point. I just want everyone to know that this is not going to be a 24/7 stream unless someone else stops it. But I'm also not going to contain myself in 1-hour blocks as I used to do, because now I don't have any exclusive loyalty to any channel, except for the Pontiff, of course. I would never stream. Yeah, I would never.
To be honest, I was gutted when you left because I enjoy chatting to you and stuff you come out with. It's interesting. It does interest me. You talk to people straight. You're very respectful, and you were good on there.
Except when I'm rubbed off the wrong way, except when I'm disrespected, then I can be really rude and insufferable. But it is what it is.
Human nature. That's human nature. Why would you stay there and you're not going to get talked to like an idiot, are you? Just put up with it. Of course. That's just human nature, mate. I don't blame you.
It seems to me that a certain individual that runs that live stream at 24/7, it's out of his control, really. He really has no idea what's going on. God bless him.
No comment. No comment.
Okay.
No comment. I mean, again, I think that I was one of the people who asked for a little more structure, but it's very hard to find that balance, because I think, again, there's something very unique to have a channel that's on all day, every day, all the time. It has a different flow. The random conversations that are generated there may never be replicated elsewhere. And when you try to introduce, I feel it's too late already to introduce structure into it because people got used to it. So there are people, again, everyone knows how much I love plastic, so I hope he won't take this personally, but there are people like plastic who are invested in keeping the channel as it is. They don't want any rules. They don't want any structure. They just want that free flow where they can just jump in once every so often and run the conversation in any which way they want. But not all of us are improv comedians like Plastic. Plastic is like a master of his art.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant.
I spoke with him for the first time 2 days ago. With Dodger, and it was a good chat. It was a good chat.
Yeah,
he's a fucker for. Sorry, he's a fucker for wait until I come on Archie show. Yeah, he sees my face on there, and he comes on as Weezard because he knows it just kills me off. So I can't breathe.
The two of you, did you watch the Bobby Google excommunication?
No. Bobby Google is Marco?
Yes.
From Montreal?
So whenever you get the chance, just write Archie Luxury, Bobby Google excommunication.
Okay.
It's poetic. I mean, Reverend Plastic's performance on that. and it's performed in like mock Gregorian chant as well.
Okay.
It's incredible. He has written an entire document, and it's just he has like something against JJ that's similar. I fail to remember the title, but it's just it's special. He's special.
In our
And those are
conversation, he was very keen on watching Nicholas. A plastic.
Yeah, and so am I, by the way. Did you know I started my last live stream before the Pontiffs? I started it with hymn to Saint Nicholas, and I was reading up on Christian saints, which is one of my favorite subjects, by the way. I'm not Christian, but I find, as a spiritual person and as the follower of monotheism, I find a lot of inspiration in the lives of Christian saints who fought in persecution, who persevered in their faith. Anyway, so I was genuinely reading on Saint Nicholas, and I found out, one, he's called the Wonder Worker. Two, among other things, he is the patron saint of repentant thieves. Would you believe that?
Sorry, you broke up there, Lord. He was the saint.
Saint Nicholas is the patron saint of repentant thieves.
Okay.
So it's. I said at the beginning of that stream, "Oh, you scammers, filthy flippers, thieves, and the sellers of counterfeit goods, kiss thy holiness's feet and repent at the church of Saint Nicholas, so that you may be forgiven."
Well, I'm glad I heard it now. I missed it earlier today. I'm glad I heard it.
I will cut that part and make it a shorter video for future reference. I think it was beautiful. I found it very ironic.
Yeah. Is it ironic or poetic? I always get confused.
Well, sometimes art imitates life, sometimes life imitates art. So it's one of those things, poetic, ironic, whatever you want to call it. I think it meant something. I really, really thought that it was topical, if you know what I mean. It just came at the right time.
Yeah. Universe does that sometimes, doesn't it? And I wonder if our buddy Nicholas knows that.
Well, I may have communicated with him. I may have shared with him
Good.
a snippet of that performance.
Okay. Now, did he say something to upset Mr. Thorpe? The last comment
Mr.
that was on
Thorpe
the screen.
seemed quite upset by the very existence of Watch Nicholas, not to be confused with Saint Nicholas, even though there is a resemblance and resonance, as I have just tried to explain. But yeah, he basically threatened him with a lawsuit. He said, "I won't be the one doing it," but he's exposing himself to the threat of a legal process by the work he is doing on YouTube. And he also said that he was slandering his friend, even as he was being a little slanderous himself by calling Nicholas mentally unstable and inviting him to get professional help.
Okay. Well, he said the same thing about Paul Pluta, more or less.
They have reconciled since, and again, I don't.
The reconciliation was between Thorpe and Nicholas? The reconciliation was between whom?
No. I know the two poles have reconciled since their earlier fallout. I think I think they weren't doing so well at some point, but Paul Pluta and Paul Thorpe have reconciled, and this was on the live stream a few days ago on Archie's live stream, where I was there as well, and I tried to push back a little bit. And look, again, I think face to face, and by face to face, I really mean on a on a YouTube panel. So whatever that means. If you talk at his frequency, Paul Thorpe can be a reasonable person. I think he's generally principled and nice, but when it comes to this particular issue, whether it's out of friendship or out of guild loyalty, I think he's defending Roman Scharf a little unconditionally. My advice, as someone who is not an expert, as someone who has no side to pick with except for the genuine little guys in this conflict who may well be the consumers, I would just say let the legal process play itself out, and we will know the truth soon enough. And all these allegations, if they are absolutely false, will be proven false. And if the opposite happens, we'll see that as well. We can, hey, if actually things are taken to court and he's found not guilty, I will celebrate with everyone the triumph of the little guy against the multinational corporation.
Okay, so
don't ever think. I mean, I use a lot of
and Luxottica now. Then,
yeah, I use a lot of Luxottica glasses, but I don't have some misplaced sense of loyalty to them. Fuck them. I like some of the designs in Persol and Oliver Peoples. But I don't, don't mistake it. Obviously, I'm not for Luxottica.
Season 22 season.
Oh, man.
You heard it here first.
Those are obviously fake, Danny.
Are they produced by Luxottica?
I'll be honest with you, I found these and went straight. I don't even know if they're right or wrong. I don't wear them, but I've seen them before, so I picked them up anyway.
Some lad that weighed 140 pounds, most likely, was wearing them, and I just found them.
No, I did seriously. I just found them.
What does it say on the tape? You put some tape up on top of there. What is it? And you put something on it. What does it say, Danny?
Read that first part. Can you see it?
Roman.
Yeah.
Bands.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I had this a brief discussion with Dodger the other day. It's hard to tell a fake Rolex from a real one for some people. How were you able to spot an authentic pair of sunglasses?
Look, I think ultimately your ability, I'm not an expert on sunglasses, but your ability to spot fakes from my experience in watches comes from your experience with handling real examples of watches. And I know in a way this sounds the kind of circular logic we really blame others of exhibiting a lot of times, but let me try to explain it more carefully. For me, I can spot a fake Rolex, vintage or contemporary, from a mile away because I have, I have dealt with so many vintage watch dealers in the UK, in Italy, in parts of the Middle East. I've gone to so many different Rolex authorized dealers and gone through so many models in different eras that I know what a Rolex feels like. I know I know what the bracelet feel like from 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, 10s, and 20s. I know what the watches look like. So when you see something that really doesn't fit the bill, it's easy to say, aha. So if you have been wearing Ray-Bans like in a committed way for decades, which, for example, Larry Smith on Marcelo time is, he actually went through those allegations. He read through the case file, and he said, you know, I saw all these different markings of the Ray-Ban brand that were completely inauthentic, and I could spot it from a mile away as well. So there you go. If you know the real thing, it's very easy to tell the fake.
It sounds a snotty thing to say, but I agree with what you're saying. It comes with experience of handling them and the feel of the bracelet. Like, you can feel the smoothness and I'm not good at explaining, but there's just little things, the feel of it. I mean, I won't say the weight of it because there's super clones now that are very close, within a gram or two. But the printing of some of the letters and stuff, you know, on the writing, and how far apart they're spaced, and I could go on forever. You know, I can't think of all the answers now. But if I were to buy one off someone I didn't know, then all them answers are straight up there. I can work it out straight away, and it comes with over years of experience in handling them.
Like, for example, if it came to pesos, for example, I could probably tell you, you know, from the hardware, you know, to the way that the pins look here, to the way that the modern ones fold like this, rather than the vintage ones, which fold, you know, to the side rather than inside. You know, to the way that, you know, these arrows are done, the way it's marked inside with the Persol branding, the way that it has Persol on the lenses, and if it's polarized, it also has the additional P. So all these small things, you know, and I've owned like 4 different pairs of these over the years. I could tell a fake Persol. Could I tell a fake Ray-Ban?
Earlier today, Timmy said he was going back to Philly after his trip to London to spend a week. I wonder if he's going to be the new sunglass consultant for Luxury Bazaar.
Again, I'm not, you know, it's a
Little-
bizarre.
I'm just laughing.
Well, that's another question I asked the other day. Did they use the word bizarre intentionally? What are the implications of the word bizarre?
Bizarre implications. But again, let's focus on the fact that it is just allegation at this stage. Nothing has been proven. They still deserve support.
It's bizarre going out in the street with a fucking Louis Vuitton bag full of watches to sell. That's what's fucking bizarre about it all, isn't it?
Oh, TPG. Yeah, that was bizarre.
I mean, he's in the same clique. I know it's not Roman, but is it same clique in? That's bizarre, isn't it? Well, I don't understand why you do that. You know, for a thief, they just think, well, I don't care what's in it. It's a Louis Vuitton bag. That's going to be worth $2,000 on its own, even if there's a piece of paper inside.
I think, you know,
assault weapons are being pulled out for a $2,000 bag. $1 million in watches, assault weapons come out.
The backpack itself, I think, makes you into a target for sure. Like LV backpack itself.
Yeah,
I couldn't run away because his jeans are too tight.
You might as well have a briefcase handcuffed to your.
Hey, Danny! I wear some tight jeans myself.
Not like that. It can't be, surely. They look like he borrowed them off his sister. They can't be that tight, Lord.
No, his are tighter for sure, but I do wear some tight pants myself, so I felt a little aggressed, so I needed to respond to that.
Just say what you want. Shut up, you fucking dick, and you say to me if you want, but I won't be offended.
Mathis is with us. Mathis in
For
Florida?
being
Is it Mathis in Florida? That looks like him.
I think so. It's Mathis, who is Tim's friend,
Yes,
and
yes.
his dead ringer. He to me in that avatar especially, he looks exactly like Timmy.
Well, he puts headdresses on Timmy. The ball cap.
J617. What color skull are you going to usher your new stream into the YouTube ethos with? No skulls for me. No skulls for me. To me, they don't represent anything pleasant or interesting. Yeah, I don't belong to that gang. So
earlier I talked about my pandemic watch, not the one that I got, but the one that I lusted after, the Vacheron, and they have a line of watches with skulls on them.
they do.
Yes, very limited editions.
Didn't Currum do one like that with skulls on?
What are they called, Jay?
Oh,
What are-
I don't know.
I know
Let's see.
Currum did a
Maybe
like.
could help.
Is it?
Well, I only bring it up because this is why I really don't want a Vacheron Constantin, because of that line of skull watches. I don't want to be associated with the people that would be able to or would buy those skull watches.
Interesting. I had no idea. I just found a picture of a replica actually. Speaking of fakes, so
Who's selling that, Roman?
Here's a replica skull watch from Vacheron Constantin.
Who's selling it, Roman?
No. It's anyReplicaWatches.co.com. But this is apparently.
Danny, lawsuits are coming if you keep that up.
Does it
can't give a shit about them.
Does it look like the watch that you were talking about, Jay Gray?
Yes, they had different editions, almost different edition for each continent. Tribal masks from Africa. I guess maybe I shouldn't have said skull. Maybe I should have said mask.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not on board with that. To me, again, I wasn't just kidding. I have great respect for Christian religion, and I found throughout my life I found a lot of inspiration in it. But when it comes to Vacheron Constantin, especially with overseas, with a full bracelet of interlinked crosses, it was too much for me. I can never wear a watch like that because I'm not a Christian myself. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I haven't even finished typing into Google. I typed in the Vacheron Constantin, and the first link provided to me is mask set. So someone's listening. To start off with, I click the link.
Oh, I mean, it's a lot of times it's not even someone; it's just your computer. They don't even.
Oh, my computer and my phone are connected, so
right. They don't even need human beings for that anymore. That's
no. But yeah, Vacheron Constantin mask set. If you want to see, but it just reminds me of pictures I saw back when Supreme Court Judge Dahlia was dead in a ranch in southwestern U.S. At the ranch, thousands and thousands of acres, the St. Hubertus Society.
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that me?
Danny's found his new watch.
A ball gold man.
Yeah, not my thing at all. Sorry to say. Well, I mean, I'm not sorry actually, but
No,
just,
no. No, I think there are implications that we shouldn't get into that makes me reluctant to even go near Vacheron.
yeah, I'm not, again, I could get over the fact that a Maltese cross is their brand logo, but yeah, one of the reasons that I was never interested in the overseas, beyond appreciating it from a distance, and I actually had the chance to try on one in the Vacheron Constantin boutique in Beverly Hills, and the sales associates were really nice. And at that time, this was early 2017, they were even willing to discount for 5%, which they made me feel like was a very generous offer. And of course, today they would never do anything like that.
Nope.
You can't get it from the boutique at retail price to begin with. But anyway, so that's a watch that I admire from far, and I can see why it's appealing, but it's not for me. I think in that line of watches, it's really the Royal Oak that excites me in a certain way. I just like the disjunction between the ultra thin dress watch feel with that brutally industrial aesthetic, that the bracelet itself looks like a conveyor belt. Of course, the bezel that is bolted in and aligns perfectly with its, with the contours of the dial, and the perfect tapisserie decoration of that dial, especially in that, pale blue grayish color in the original reference 5402. That's just beautiful. And as it grew throughout generations, I think it's still a very appealing watch. But
I keep giggling because every time I go back to chats, I see comments in, oh.
As much as I want to join, Watch Wizard gives me such uncle vibes, like an
I've
uncle.
got no against him. I just the thing I find funny is that he don't find it funny.
Yeah, all
people do that more. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is, like, I feel like he could belong to my family or something. So I feel too fond of him for inexplicable reasons, in an irrational way, that I can't even make fun of him in good humor, so to speak. But otherwise, of course, it's funny. But he gets very easily offended. That's true. Maybe that's what makes it so appealing.
I'm not laughing at you. I've just looked at chats again, and last comment says it again. No, I find it funny because you don't find it funny, and because you don't find it funny, people do it more. And I'm just probably a bit immature with it. The impression Plastic does of him is spot on. But like I said, I'm not against him at all.
Of course,
I just find I've got no one I don't like, to be honest. I respect them all.
Yeah, especially, that, again, to me, anyone and everyone in the watch community I get along with them just great, as long as they don't cross Archie. I'm fine. I'm fine with them.
I thought Archie was a big boy, though.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, he's a grown man.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't fight his own battles. But I just feel a sense of allegiance towards him because he is the OG in the watch community. That to me, he'll always
Everyone's
have a
evolved.
yeah. Everything in this YouTube, watch community, the Archiverse, as I like to call it, has grown out of him. A lot of people copy bits and pieces of his shtick, from the wristwatch check to these strange pronunciations of watches and brands. To the point, ABC was just talking about it. He went to Omega and he asked for the Halcylite crystal, and he felt dumb almost immediately. But it's been etched in his mind with arch pronunciations. So
I'm gonna
it's yeah. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna stop going on. I'm gonna stop going on chats because I'm just gonna end up giggling all the time and ruining your show. So
No. Why would I have a problem with you?
I don't want to, because I don't know how you're going to do your show, and I don't just want to come on and be this knobhead. That's like,
No.
do you know what I mean? It's your first show. I don't want to make a bad impression for you.
If we are not gonna laugh, why have a show at all? This is why we are here for. We are supposed to be having fun. Joe,
I would say that you're good, Danny. And hello, Joe.
Joe, how are you?
Gentlemen, how are we tonight?
Lovely to
All right.
see you, man. Welcome to the show.
Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to see you, Joe. How are things in the Midwest? Is it cold there tonight?
Yeah, it's cold here. It's I think it's 3 degrees. But 2 days from now, if that, I think let's take a look at the weather. 6 degrees right now, and tomorrow will be 35 degrees. So
All right, so there'll be some melting going on.
yeah, that's always fun to drive in. So
Well, it's the time of year that we face with the goes back and forth. I just, it really must confuse the tulips.
yeah. I mean, it's I think this time last year, all of our snow was pretty much melted, and it seems like this year the winter's going to be hanging around a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. So you're keeping things low key still, Joe?
Low key as far as
getting through February before you have a sip of.
yeah. You know what? I might try and fold it over into next month. We'll see. We'll see.
Good.
Well, I got to be honest. I'm getting really fucking tired of drinking this fucking rat piss. Shit.
Yeah. Have you tried the Heineken Zero?
No, it's a Budweiser Zero. Honestly, of all the non-alcoholic beers I've sampled, if you will, this one's probably the closer thing to an alcoholic beverage without delivering that satisfying crisp taste.
Right. I heard that the Heineken is good in that sense.
I've heard Heineken is pretty good as well. I hear it's it tastes darker, if that makes sense. Like it tastes like a genuinely heavy beer. But it's instead of actually having a heavy flavor of beer, it's just like a heavy water flavor, which to someone who's normal, I guess that sounds gross as all get out. I hear O'Doul's is actually very interesting as well. O'Doul's is another non-alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the name.
Let's take a look through the comments. Would you buy a Cartier Roadster? Absolutely not. I wouldn't, because it just would not fit me personally. It's a fairly large watch in stature.
Yeah, sorry guys, I needed to take a little toilet break and got a drink of my own.
So Johnny Walker.
It's got the black label.
To
Oh, it's the green label. Excuse me.
fit the Rolex evening.
The green label. I'm not familiar with the green label.
Green label, Jay, is what is actually called vatted malt, or a malt blend rather than blended whiskey. It means that rather than having different kinds of whiskey, it's a blend of 5 different malts. And in this case, well, 4 actually, excuse me. In this case, it's Talisker, Linkwood, Cragganmore, and Colilla. And it's aged 15 years, which means the youngest one that went into this bottle is a 15-year-old.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just went straight to the gutter with that one.
Don't, please. I'm trying to get this channel off the ground and possibly get monetization. Please don't.
The proper glass. Good to see you, Lord.
I basically, I guess I need therapy.
No. I'm not gonna recommend anything, but obviously, we don't condone anything like that in this channel or beyond.
Right now, right.
No, I would suggest you
Absolutely
leave the
not.
therapist alone. Let them be, Joe.
Oh, come on, I'm not that bad now.
That's what I do. If I've ever seen a therapist.
Joe only has eyes for Grand Seiko.
Like I said, there's 5 watches from Grand Seiko that I would actually legitimately consider. I would. The rest is just garbage. The rest is just normal Seikos.
Tell me about them.
So, I think the one that was most likely, as a matter of fact, I had the deposit down and they were getting ready to ship it the next day. Was the Grand Seiko Winter. So that's the gray dial, if you can call it a gray dial, with the blue seconds hand. And I was ready to purchase that watch. Like I said, I called the bank up, so I did a split payment on 2 credit cards. And like always, I forget that my debit card has a limit from like when I was back in high school, which is about $500 for the daily limit. So of course the card bounced. And then they called me up and they said, well, hey, we got it ready to go. And then I'm thinking like, well, I don't know if I really want it, which was a bit of a dick move, I'll be honest.
This
the
one?
only thing that I think that's I think that's it. No, that's the pink dial. That's the pink dial.
Oh. Okay.
At least I think it is. Anyways,
Because
the pink and gray are extremely close. There's the gray dial right there. It's got that blue seconds hand. The one thing I wasn't really crazy about is that blue seconds hand. I think is what makes that watch come together. I think it's basically what makes it pop. And it doesn't. It's very disappointing in real life. From all the pictures, all the Instagram photos I've seen, that blue second hand gets lost 90% of the time in the dial, especially in if you're walking outside and stuff like that. Which is kind of a shame, in all honesty. Because I do think it's a fantastic watch. I do like the general theory of it. Because it's supposed to represent the swirls of snow in winter, and it's I thought someone who lives in a fucking godforsaken miserable fucking Iceland, I thought it was fitting for me. I just couldn't pull the trigger on it because I find the seconds hand too fucking disappointing, honestly. If it was a really vibrant, bright blue, I'd probably own it instead of this GMT quartz one.
That the blue second hand, that's not painted blue, is it? Is that
I don't
fired
believe
blue?
it to be. No, I think it's a legitimate piece that was blue.
I think it's heat blued, Jay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
it's kiln fire, so to speak. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. For me, the biggest detractor in that piece that we're looking at is the bracelet. Just that polished, those two interlinks, or the two, yes. Eliminate that, and it would be a nicer bracelet. And I also think the lugs are a bit drawn, like.
See, I hate the bracelet on the Speedmaster because of how that is the newer Speedmaster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the 5-piece and them little shiny bits.
Yeah.
And same with Seamaster as well. I just wish they left them shiny bits out.
Yes, I agree, Danny.
You see, to me, this bracelet's no better than a Seiko Prestige bracelet, and I've heard a few guys say that, you know, they grind their teeth when they say it, but they say, yeah, the bracelet isn't the greatest of quality for what you spend on it.
I love it.
And then the other Grand Seiko I liked,
or a yellow secondhand.
well, actually, no, the other Grand Seiko I was looking at was the spring edition, because I like the dark green colors just in general. Keep going up, Lord. Nope,
Yes.
down. There you go. The olive green. Yep, the olive green and yellow gold. I like it. I really do like it. And I still consider this one to this day. Just because green watches in this shade of green are very few and far between. I think olive green kind of is a little underrated because everyone just throws olive green in with just your basic green, like the bright green, like the Hulk. I mean, and yes, admittedly that a bright green is very hard to pair in general, but I think with an olive green, you can get away with it just about anything, honestly. Hence why I like the Omega Aquaterra so much, because that was an olive green. But I do like this. I do genuinely like this configuration here.
Reverend.
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey.
All right.
You can't beat an olive green. You can't beat a green dial. Every green dial looks good. You can't beat a green dial. Love it.
Hey, you know what the green and yellow gold combination reminds me of?
What's that, man? Green and gold Australian colours.
Rolex.
Rolex, please. maybe they've worked out that Rolex green equals dollars in sales for every other bloody company out there, because they all seem to do it. You know?
Yeah.
G'day, Plastic, you flaming bastard.
Hey, here you go, Daddy.
Don't fucking stop. Don't do it.
OG, where's the OG? I love OG.
Plastic.
Yeah, man.
Remember what I recommended for the boys?
Yeah, I saw that shout out on Archie. Thanks for that, and my wife was watching at the same time. I was cooking lunch at the time, and she's like, "What are you talking about?" And I showed her, and my oldest turns 13 this year, Lord. So I'm going to buy him that watch, and I'm going to tell him, "You look after this watch until you leave high school, and we may look at getting him something like maybe a tag here or something, you know."
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Lord? Roll the watch like that into a tag, and then that way you're putting them on their journey, right? And then they can just look after themselves, right?
Yeah, and maybe one day they will be lucky enough to get the Reverend's own Pepsi.
What I'll say to them when they turn 18 and they're getting ready to get that first luxury watch, I'll take them down to one of the multi-brands, and we'll shop together, but I'll get the watch in their name at the multi-brand. And then I'll say, look, here it is. Your name's on the card. It's your watch. It's for your birthday. Every few years, I highly recommend, or every year, I highly recommend you just add one little piece to your collection. Because eventually, if things keep going the way they're going, it's going to pay off, isn't it?
And you've got to start from somewhere, haven't you? You can't just jump in deep end.
You've got to start somewhere, man. And look, it might ebb and flow. Who knows? In the next few years, it might go back to the way it was. There might be a period where watches are bloody dirt cheap. Well, not dirt cheap, but you might be able to pick them up below retail again. But if it doesn't happen, I think everyone's got to get used to the fact that we're on the bloody list now. We've got to start buying shit.
Yeah.
It's the way it is.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Plastic? You all right?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, I've just been here in Brisbane, where I live. Also, I'm lucky enough to call. This is also where Solveron and Archie live. So we're all bunkered down at the moment because of the friggin' rain. It's just floods and roads cut off and people dying and it's just. I mean,
you mentioned
obviously
that
things are happening things are happening in Eastern Europe, but that's terrible. It's like all these things sort of happen at once, don't they? We've got all those problems there. We've got these floods in UK. We've got floods in Australia. I mean, fuck, what else can go wrong?
Rain in background.
Just wait.
Yeah.
I was talking to Dodger early this morning for me anyways, and you can tell Dodger's not the same Dodger about a month ago. He's tired. He's on edge. And he just kind of seems, I wouldn't say out of it, but
Joe, he's prepared to send his wife to England and to take in refugees into his own house.
Yeah, we're talking about that. I tried to kind of change the subject, but I know that, he's got a lot on his mind. And you know what? I respect Dodger for, how do I say this appropriately? At his age, I still respect Dodger for willing to do what he can, how he can. Nothing but respect for that move.
He's an optimist, isn't he? He's an optimist. Like you never accuse Dodger of being
He's a good guy, yes.
Yeah, he looks at life through a positive.
Solid man.
Yeah, good guy, and I'm sure he'll pull through. And his wife, they're beautiful people, lovely people.
It's not for me to divulge the details, but I know he's dealing with a health issue within the family as well.
Yeah, brother.
So
that's not easy either.
On him. That's been weighing him down as well. But Dodger is just a stellar member of this community, and
amazing.
Not only has he contributed,
he's a stellar member of humanity.
We've all been following our friend Watch Nicholas and enjoying his commentary, and I think he's been an amazing, just an amazing talent that's unearthed in the last 12 months. And this whole thing about tight pants Tony is going to reveal some trauma, some childhood trauma. I mean, fuck, mate. We've all grown up. We've all had traumas of some type, some worse than others. We don't need to use that as a way to gain sympathy for how much of a fucking douchebag we've become as adults, do we? I mean, seriously. Look at what the world's going through. Do we really fucking care about tight pants Tony's trauma? Honestly.
It's still there, lad.
I mean, look at we've got Dodger in Europe going through that. We've got fucking war. We've got floods, right? We don't fucking cares about him and victimization of other people because they sold some fucking dodgy sunglasses. Jesus Christ! Let's just focus on
from every angle, reactions from every angle, solutions.
Just focus on humanity for Christ's sake. All this stuff will blow over. Yeah, just look after each other.
Life's too short, isn't it, to worry about silly little things?
It's way too short to worry about all this just crap. And if we can't laugh at each other and laugh at ourselves, what the fuck is the point of being alive?
Yeah, but at the same time, gentlemen, if we have a seed that is sprouting, how can we ignore what is going on?
That's why I love Saint Nicholas, our new saint. Actually, it's in my family, it's one of our family names, and I just love this guy and his talent and his genius and his amazing talent. And I just know he's going to go from strength to strength because the other guys who he's calling out, to be honest, they're not smart, right? They're not highly intelligent people, right? And all the things that they're doing is pretty obvious. to most of us. And the thing is, most of us guys on these streams and on Archie's streams and wherever else we meet up, none of us are what you call ignorant. We all know how the game is played. And trying to tell us that this guy is mentally ill and not to watch his shows, fuck you, you know, that guy. Fucking Forby. Fuck you, Forby. Trying to tell me that. Fucking.
I just find his content boring because like
Fuck
every
you.
other video is just like, oh, you know, one of me mates was just robbed or one of me mates just got scammed. It's
Fuck
just like
him
it's the
telling
same
me-
shit all the time.
100% mate. But that's his audience, huh? I don't think they're that bright, mate. I agree with OC from Tim's fucking show.
He had to come out with a YouTube video basically explaining, saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
expect
Sell your
this
house?
from my channel."
Sell your house and buy an all Rolex? Fuck me dead. Come on, mate. This guy has to be called out, you know? And telling people that you can't watch a guy and he's got mental illness because he dares to fucking commentate? Fuck. I can't fucking believe this.
Plastic.
Yeah.
Might sound ignorant, this, but I'm not sure who this Watch Nicholas is. What? Can you give me a quick rundown?
That was the
He's a
5
very
fur
intelligent-
coats,
he's a
5 fur coats Friday,
He's
5
extremely
fur coats
intelligent man. He watches the cartel, the Crystal Skull cartel. Basically, any YouTuber that has a crystal skull, they're part of the cartel, right? And they're all colluding
Right, okay.
and jacking up prices and starting different narratives to try and help each other out, right? So all he does is
Right.
call out the bullshit. Calls out the bullshit. Makes you go, you know what? Yeah, that's true. But he makes it funny. It's fucking hilarious. And the thing is,
Right.
it doesn't stop you watching those guys. Because I watch Nicholas.
Oh,
I
no.
think, yeah, that's funny. And I'll go back and watch the other stuff, and it enhances the whole thing. It's just like it goes together like hand in glove. But then for these other guys to take it so seriously, they're going on the Pontiff stream and saying, if you watch that, you're fucking mentally ill. Or no, he's mentally ill. You shouldn't watch it. You just encourage him, and I'm worried for him, and all this bullshit. This cancel culture bullshit. Well, fuck you. Fuck you, Forby. Fuck you, mate. Seriously.
I didn't know.
dare you tell me what I can and can't think.
What comes
Fucking
around
brilliant.
goes around.
I didn't know who he was. I've heard people mention him, so I wondered what he were all about. Like,
It's good, mate. You just ease into it, watch a couple of quick videos, make sure you're loosely up to date with the TPG, the Roman situation, and the Thorpe stuff, and you sort of see it all tying together. And then the more you watch it, he just riffs. He just riffs. He doesn't even take a break. Then he does a live stream, right? Live stream is just answering people in the audience, just talking to punters, going through some of the stuff he's seen and heard, and it just enhances the whole thing, right? Then you go back and you can watch the Thorpe stuff, you can watch the fucking, the TPG stuff, and it all makes it more entertaining and gives you more to think about. It's really good.
I would love to watch Nicholas unleash himself on the planet. Never mind these grave dealers.
Well, I've said to Archie, right? I've said, mate, you got to get Watch Nicholas on. You got to be welcoming to him. He's like, I am. And today he's like, bring him on, come on. He wants him on because he's not stupid. Archie's not stupid, right? He won't drink.
Didn't Bear say though he couldn't stand Watch Nicholas?
Doesn't matter. He doesn't decide who goes on the show, right? He doesn't decide who goes on Archie. It's Archie's show. Okay, so Archie can decide who goes on the show. Bears can have his opinion, and he's the manager and all that. That's fine. But at the end of the day, if Archie wants someone on the show, mate, they can go on the show. I was banned from everything. I was banned from the fucking lot, and I still went on Archie's show. I just couldn't talk in the chat. I was banned in the chat last year. Couldn't say hello to anyone in the chat. I still went on the fucking show. He can't stop you. He can't stop Archie letting people on.
I'll give him a watch then.
What's that? Yeah, give him a watch. Yeah, you like it. It's fun.
Watch. Out of curiosity, I'll give him a watch and see what it's like.
It's all at the end of the day, guys. It's all entertainment, isn't it? It's all stuff that we can just laugh and have a giggle and just not take things too seriously, especially given what's going on in the world, And the other thing about I say this about Bear, mate. Fuck, Bear enhances the Archie show, man. Jesus Christ, this week has been some of the best fucking mint watch fucking Archie YouTube I've ever seen. You know, he brings that. When he's talking watches and those guys are riffing, and it's just it's a sight to see. You know, you have to admit that, Lord. Being on the show with them, it's just like, you know, it's just great. It's just great YouTube, you know.
You know, also, like for someone like me who has been watching him since late 14, 15, and who didn't know that he even had a live stream until this last December, to now join his live stream and go back and forth with him, or be attacked by him, be soul read by him. It's wonderful. It's a privilege, you know.
It's great. It's great.
I was laughing my head off like when he told Cameron, because Cameron said something about like the Daytona is like the oyster or not the Datejust 36, and Archie's like, "Are you sure you're not saying that just because you know you settled for the 36 mil, even though you wanted the 40?"
But I'll tell you this, Meech, like totally, that was gold, mate. But geez, I'll tell you, Cameron was pretty good today. Cameron came out with some.
I'm sure he's a good kid. I'm sure he's a good kid in general, but I can't.
He came out with some good little nuggets. Yeah, no, he's just a smart. He came up with some good stuff today. I thought, you know, good on him. How to go? Just to go on the show, I think is amazing for people. Just to jump on and have a chat.
It'll be interesting to see Cameron grow.
It will be. I feel like that with Cameron.
Very young. He's very young. Cameron is a very young man. So
he's just a puppy. He's 22 years old.
Yeah.
Pull it up for us. Pull it up. Pull it up for us.
Yeah, well, Faris still owes me a collection review. He was gonna come and show off his watches. Let's see if that's ever going to happen.
Lord, how much are you going to charge for a collection review?
Me? Right now, I have a $0 special because this is a new channel and I'm happy to generate content. So if you send to my address there, Lord Hellespont.
I'll send you mine. I'll send you my collection now, Lord. I'll do it now.
Yeah, just send me the, and I will do it as a live stream. And if possible, I will do it at a time that fits your schedule as well, so we can have you here too. I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna go out of my way to denigrate you or praise you for that matter. I'm just gonna look through it.
Oh, denigrate away. I don't care.
No, but that's the thing. You know, I want it to be natural. I want it to be organic. I'm just gonna tell you what I feel. If I
but
think...
losing one's virginity.
What do I think? What do I think? I think it's shit.
That's it. Or maybe I'll fall in love with the collection and want to trade pieces with you or something.
That little nugget you gave me about that Seiko 9, I screenshotted that and for the kids, and I hadn't even considered that because I want something that they can take from grade 8 to grade 12, if that makes sense. So get them through high school.
Oh hell
and,
yeah!
And a tough little watch with the Pepsi colors, fucking gold, mate. I hadn't even thought about that, hey. Because I'm sick of. I want to get them automatic watches as they get older. You know, fuck these G-Shocks. You know.
You know.
Sorry.
No,
you speak, not today.
One of the things that I do like about this as well, you know, as a functional watch, it has the day-date complication, right? And let's see. And in my case, as a speaker of Arabic, I love that I have the version that has the Arabic days as well still. I think most of the ones have, they're bilingual, by the way, in either case. I think most of the ones now have...
My Seiko 5 is English and French.
Yeah, or English-Spanish is also a common combination. And you know what
you
else
can't
I
get
like
those anymore, can you, Dis? I mean, Lord, excuse me.
I don't think so, but what I really
SK9s, SK9s, I think they're called now, aren't they? SK9?
SKX 009. SKX.
Yeah, the 9s, they still make them, don't they? Because they're the ones I've been looking at.
I think they replaced the 007s.
But this is 009. I think they still have it, but if they don't, I'm happy to look around and source some for you. If it's going to your boys, I would be happy to play intermediary for something like that. You might not be able to get the Arabic day. I'm sure you don't care much about that anyways.
No, it's more the Seiko.
but
I know is a good brand. I like Seiko.
The thing I
Good
like
entry
about these is just the simplistic design, because the loom has, you know, no surrounds of any sort, so it has that vintage feel, right? You know, just like my sub, basically, right? Because that doesn't have any surrounds, no white gold
Yes.
surrounds, nothing of any sort, right?
Exactly.
And kind of a maxi feel for the dial, you see. And I just love it for that reason. And of course, this is fully functional when it comes to the
It's a
luminous.
very handsome looking watch, you know.
It is.
Thing
Lord,
is, thing is as well, plastic.
Yeah, man.
With that as well, your kids, they're not going to be like, no one's going to mug them for it ever. You know, they're not going to get no trouble for it either.
Yes.
They'll enjoy it same as you enjoy your Pepsi,
Yes.
but without the drama side of it as well.
Yes, 100%.
And frankly, you know, the original rubber bracelet that they come with is
Rubber.
not that bad, right? You know, I like it as
Rare
this
birds.
this kind of
It's a ribbed
natural
rubber.
extension.
It's
With,
nice, Lord. I really like, and it clicks off easily, eh?
What?
It clicks off easily. The band. You can
The
take
bezel?
off the take
But
off
it's not
the
a quick release type.
straps.
No. No, it's not a quick release. Unfortunately, it does.
Okay.
It does require a tool. But yeah, let me take off the strap and show you how it is. But yeah, there's no quick release mechanism of any sort.
Hey, Lord, I'll just throw the watches in the thing. I won't put the reference and the model numbers. I'll just put the pictures. Make it easy, and you can interpret them however you like. You know.
It's
Understand?
SKX
Yeah,
009.
that's nice. Yeah.
They have also SKX 007. Sorry, I put 3 O's. That wasn't meant to be. And another thing that I like about it is the little snapshot here of that famous print of Hokusai, the Great Wave of Kanagawa. So
Is that like a surfing reference? Is it?
it's a Japanese artwork. Let me pull it up. But it's I don't know if it's exactly a reference to that, but it really does remind me of it.
Oh, okay. I remember seeing this. A lot of Seiko modders will use this for a dial.
But that's not modded, is it, Lord? That's not a modded watch, is it?
This no. Mine is not a modded watch. The only thing that is modded about it is the NATO strap that I put on it.
Ah.
But this is how it comes with the case back. Yeah,
that's a nice little watch. How many mils? 40, 38, 40? What would it be?
Pardon?
How many millimeters?
I think it's 40. They do have a smaller size. I think they have a model they call SKX 013. That's a 37 or 38. This is either 40 or 41, one or the other.
Okay.
but it is
Plastic.
it is a thicker. It is a thicker and bigger case than a vintage 39 or 40 Rolex. It's certainly a bigger watch than
No,
mine.
that's a mint
large,
looking watch.
bezel
man.
really stands up.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, there's some little action. Yeah. Oh, Full On John actually reminded me of it right before I said it. Don't forget the baby SKX 013. And some people are reminding me that 007 is discontinued now. It might be. I hope you can find them, but I think they should be available. Plenty of them should be available in the secondary market for sure. So,
Oh yeah, I think the SKX 013 a little bit out of pricing for the. Yeah, I probably wouldn't spend too much. That's I think I'll go up to 09. I think there's more in the price range. You don't want to spend too much on kids, you know.
of course.
Yeah.
Plastic.
you
You
have
could always
steel.
take the strap off as well if you wanted to, and just put like a quick release strap on it for them if they want to change
Yes.
colours and stuff to keep it fun. You could always take it off, and then once you put one of these on, you just press that little thing in there. Sorry for my shit camera angles. There's a little
Is that
like
a
notch
button
there, and you
strap,
push it in, and
Danny?
it squeezes them in.
You're a
What's
tinkerer,
that,
aren't
sorry?
you, Danny?
Is
You're
that a
tinkerer.
bargain strap, Danny?
I'm just a knobhead, mate.
No. You like to tinker. I like it. It's good. You got all the tools?
Oh yeah, I'm always messing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, part of them but
Yeah.
just like that plastic for your kids, it'll be proper. It's proper easy because once you put that in the lug and you just push that and it squeezes
Yeah.
them in. Sorry,
And you get
it
access
squeezes
to
them
it as
in
well.
like that, and then you just let go of
Yeah.
it. It stabs in, and they can
Perfect,
change.
man.
They can do it themselves, and it gives them a bit more. It makes them a bit more interested, doesn't it? Because they can do something with it and change
Problem
the
with me,
straps.
Danny, is I've got all my fingers are like thumbs, mate. I think I'm basically if I try to do something with a little micro screwdriver, I scratch the shit out of things, you know. So I generally let
Yeah, but once the original straps off it,
for that sort of
straps
stuff,
off it, plastic,
yeah,
and you just get a
yeah.
few of them,
Yeah,
your kids will be able to do it themselves, and then they're getting involved.
yeah. And how much do they
It'll
cost,
keep them
mate?
fun for them, won't it?
Those little straps, how much do they cost, Danny?
From out really, you can pick cheap ones up for about £3 over here if you want a cheap one. Just to change colours, like buy them a red and a blue and have half red, half blue. Just to keep it fun for them.
Yeah, nice.
And if they can do it themselves, they'll just do it themselves. Like it'll keep them really interested, won't it?
You get them in the hobby
Because they're doing something themselves.
Yeah. They're pretty good like that. They don't break their shit, like some kids. Like I was always I used to break all my toys when I was a kid. But my kids are pretty good. They look after everything, so which is good.
Yeah, Full On John has a homemade solution for it as well. You can I've seen some tutorial videos on this, and it's possible. You can remove a strap using only dental floss. No strap tool needed and no scratching or watch.
I found that really hard to do that.
Speaking of which, please watch the video called, I think, Spa Day for the Reverso. It's an Archie Luxury classic. He gets so frustrated when the watch doesn't come out.
Yeah.
And when the strap doesn't come out, he's like, fucking
I've
bastard.
seen it.
You fucking bastard.
Those videos with the gold.
What's this fucking thing playing it?
Because he didn't have the same success
I've
he's got
seen that.
now.
I've seen it.
Like he wasn't making the money he is now. So he was pumping that video all the time, trying to get ahead, trying to make money. And so he pumped out some great videos, didn't he? Back in the day. And now he's
that was the one where the spring bar flew that room.
Yeah. Yeah. Those old Blue Velvet ones were fun, where he used to pretend that he was a, or he'd act like he was on a holiday by himself, servicing old women, and but they're always just family holidays. And every now and then you look through the corner, you look at the end, you look at the other side of the room, you'd see one of his kids' boogie boards or something, you know, and.
Catch himself out with something stupid.
But he didn't give a shit. He didn't care, you know. He just make all this crap up. Like, it was funny. And how for years, you remember, he used to say he was divorcing his wife, and he was living there as a tenant, and the rent and the lease was going to come up, and he was going to be kicked out at the end of, I think it was the end of last year, and then or the year before. So he eventually had to sort of say, no, we're happily married now, and all this sort of shit. Like, it was funny.
I remember.
Just making shit up, and it was great. It was just hilarious.
Listen to Alex. Nana Kim video is legendary too. I give you juice. I give you breakfast. I give you shower.
And if you watch that, he's actually he's actually trying to help her out. Like, she's really. You know, he's like, oh, you know, look up, you know, help you, and we'll get something to eat, and let's want to talk, you know, and showing a bit of his human side, actually.
The pontiff is a philanthropist. I think you shouldn't say that he has a human side. He is perfectly human, all too human, as it were.
I would use the word enigma.
Yeah, flawed person like the rest of us, but happily so.
Exactly.
He loves to tell the truth. Yeah. He won't bullshit you.
Alex is, bringing out all the classic lines. I not make big fucking money.
Yeah, that's right.
I love the fact that he was trying to tone his English down.
I love how he talks pidgin English every time he's overseas in Asia. He talks pidgin English. Hello, yes, I do. Yes, just it's fucking hilarious. Oh,
I think I remember seeing a video of him on vacation or something like that. And you see these two girls on the other side of the screen. Archie just immediately just goes into this trance. He's, hello, girls. Look very beautiful today.
Do you remember Mitch when he went on that overseas holiday and he was wearing those they were like generic Google glasses, so they weren't the proper Google glasses, but they were cheap ones, and he was video recording out of his glasses, and they weren't working properly. He went into bars and nightclubs, and I think someone called him out and said, "You can't film with those things." You remember that?
I vaguely remember something like that. I'll have to rewatch all this old content.
You can actually buy them now. You can buy Ray-Bans now that have that feature in them.
Yes.
They look obvious. You can see it a mile away.
Did you just say Ray-Ban?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Where do you get your Ray-Bans from, Plastic?
Well,
Yeah.
if I buy Ray-Bans, I buy them from a properly licensed, authorized dealer. That way I know I'm getting the right product and the right warranty, and I know that I'm not trying to bypass some licensing agreement that has been struck between the manufacturer and the distributor.
But how can you be
So what you
certain?
what the fuck are you saying about mine, Plastic?
Maybe, Danny, you've found some Ray-Bans at a luxury bazaar somewhere.
Danny, show him close up.
That's in Danny's Bazaar.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Show him the close
That's
up.
in Danny's Bazaar.
Danny, show him the close up. Show Plastic the close up.
2 for 30 quid, mate. 2 for 30 quid.
Perfect.
Danny's
I still
Bazaar.
reckon-
Get them now. Well, stock class.
I still reckon that the ones he was
Still warm
selling,
front pockets.
I reckon the ones he's selling are still genuine Ray-Bans. I just think that he's in trouble for not selling them by a licensed, by an authorized license. That's right.
These I've got. Like in the car when you've got them sun blinds.
Yeah.
It's got built-in sun blinds with the limited company logo there.
For a hot day, mate, you can get a little cardboard thing to put over your nose. There you go.
And some sun cream.
Yeah.
Fucking what needs sun cream here? I won't even need glasses over here, mate.
No.
Lord,
Like-
you,
Lord,
you need to
like this
hotbox.
strap.
You know, close that window. You need to hotbox.
No, everything in here will smell like smoke. I don't mind smelling like smoke myself, but I can't hotbox.
Do you like that strap, Lord?
Jeez,
Oh.
do you live in Gotham or something like that?
Ostrich, right?
Ostrich, yeah.
Oh
Looks
man,
cool on that, doesn't it? An old Rolex date.
Can't wear those here, Danny. They turn into schmackos, mate.
wow.
Yeah, too
Yeah,
hot
I
here
can
for
imagine
those
they do.
bracelet straps.
The ostrich strap is also a classic on the Reverso. You know that, right?
Yeah.
The Pontiff also had an ostrich strap on his Reverso at some point. I remember that.
Bubble
Look at
bath.
that sticker. Show the sticker, please.
Mm.
Ooh, look at that. Oh, would you just look at that?
It's an old bird, this.
Lovely.
Old date.
So
34 mil.
So beautiful.
I knew you'd appreciate it. Especially with that sea crystal on it.
Oh man, the top hat.
Yeah, Sovereign's got a
It's up your street, that.
an old Submariner with a top hat glass crystal.
Mm.
Or plastic, right? Plastic.
Yeah. like the water pumps.
That's it, mate. Plastic. Hey, plastic. Hey, plastic. What's happening, plastic?
Yeah, the audience appreciates it, Danny. Thank you for showing off the beautiful Datejust. Man, what a great watch. I mean, look, the Hulse case and the vintage feel. That a Hulse case, Danny?
Yeah, so old case this.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
I
It's
think
an old. It's a date. It's a date.
yeah.
Because my camera's dog shite. You can't see.
So it's just date.
Just a date, yeah.
What size is that?
This is 34 mil.
34.
34. Right. That's the oyster date, right?
Yeah.
Not even Datejust, just called date. The model.
No, just a date. This was a cheap version of a. Pretty much, this was a cheap version of a Datejust.
And they'd have the Air Kings as well, but which didn't have a date, right? The old 34.
That's
model.
right, yeah.
Yeah. And then you see the ones would have the Domino's pizza every now and then. You remember those?
Yeah, I
pizza
do. Yeah,
watch.
with silver
I really
silver
love
dial
that
with
watch, Danny.
It's like today I am.
I really love that watch. It's a great watch.
How's he doing, Mike? He didn't seem too well, did he? He's all right.
I just wants attention, you know, Mike. I love the guy, but he just loves attention, right?
That is true. He was doing his monster dance on Marcelo's show today and showing off his slot
Yeah.
calendar again.
Oh,
I
love
quite
Mike.
enjoy it.
Yeah. There you
I
go, the
quite enjoy it.
Dominoes. Yeah, me too. I know
Yeah.
you enjoy it because you pay me up. You pay the piper. You pay the piper, Meech.
Well, I mean, I
You'd
like
probably
seeing
give Marty
Mike
super
dance
chats
with
on that
that
as well.
doll. I think it's quite a special bond there with him and that doll.
Yeah, it's nice.
You would
No,
know.
I like Mike. He's a good man.
What are you trying to imply, Lord?
Well, they,
I've got my own doll somewhere around here stashed away.
Rubber.
well, he's given out to.
Rubber doll.
Well, he's given out to, like, the bosses at Domino's. I don't know the story behind it.
There's two types, Danny. So one had it on the doll, and the other one had it on the
Bracelet.
underneath where the solid link would be. Or the
On your bracelet.
Right.
Bracelet. Underneath, yeah, just on the. I don't know what you call that. What do you call that when it's not a solid end link?
When it's
Solid.
what?
Because it's because the end links. That's the end link, right? Right under the dial, right? That's the end link, right?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then
Yeah.
for a long time, Rolex, they weren't solid with it. So you just call it
They
the
were
end link.
still called end links. They were
Just
still
called the
called
end
end
link.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just under the end link there was a little Domino's insignia. And I don't think they ever went for any more money. You just see them pop up on Joma Shop and these sort of places or eBay. But they never floated my boat. I was never going to buy one. Not even for the missus. I think that looked
No,
worse.
me
I'd rather
either.
have one without that.
Tom Monahan.
I just wondered
was
what story was him.
Tom Monahan was the owner of Domino's and the Detroit Tigers and the Detroit Red Wings. So he must have had some pull to get Rolex to do that, to put his logo on their watch.
There was a seismic shift in Rolex, though, wasn't there? Because you think about it, back until the ceramics came out, they were very much, the stamped metal. They weren't. The finishing wasn't quite what it is today. And then, boom, when all the ceramics came out, the watch has just taken on a whole new level of luxury and exclusivity. There it is. So it's not quite on the end link. It's
Does anyone here play dominoes?
no, but I eat Dominoes.
I haven't
This
played
is-
dominoes in years.
So apparently, the newer Domino's Rolex, New York Post says, not the most reliable news source, I might add. But anyways, a newer Domino's Rolex, which is a prize reserved for successful store managers, bears the company logo on its band, on the bracelet.
Yes.
I wonder which one was more rare, the Domino's, the Pizza Rolex, or the Chevrolet Rolex.
Rare, yes, but I wouldn't be paying a premium for those watches personally.
No, unless you really love the pizza.
That's right.
And Domino's isn't good pizza.
And apparently, those newer ones that have the Domino's logo on the bracelet are Oyster Perpetuals. And the more classic ones are Air Kings, decorated with the Domino's logo at 6 o'clock.
You prefer one with the Domino's logo on the bracelet because then you can just swap it out.
I
The
saw
The regular link.
a hobbyist watchmaker repair an old Rolex Speed King.
Oh, fuck, I haven't heard that word for a while. Let's pull it up. What Speed King, aren't you?
Ah,
Rolex Speed King, huh?
Speed King.
I wonder why they collaborated with Domino's of all places.
no, Domino's.
Do you think
paid
it's
for
to
that.
show that what for?
Domino's had to have paid for that, but how
Yeah, it wasn't
much
a,
do they have to pay for that? How do you get that kind of pull with Rolex?
So apparently, it was reserved for managers. Monahan instituted a Rolex challenge. If your store, which you manage, sells 20K USD in sales in 1 week, that would get for the store manager the Air King with the Domino's logo.
I wonder how many of them were enticed by that incentive. They probably just wanted $1,000 extra in their bank account,
The Speed King looks like it was a precursor to the OP.
Yes.
I wonder how that conversation arose. I wonder if one of the men at Rolex rung up and says, "Oh, we'll get a pizza, all right, mate. Well, let's make a deal. Bring us the pizza for free, and I'll sort your Rolex out." I just don't know how that conversation come about.
Yeah,
It's just a weird one, isn't it, to collaborate with?
the excess of the 80s and the 90s. All the 80s where
This is-
basically,
This is actually a beautiful watch, honestly. the kind of bezel that reminds you of the Thunderbird. The feuille, the leaf hands, the 12, 3, 6, 9, the Arabic
Those
number.
markers. The fuck?
That
That's
reminds me
different,
of
isn't
my tutor,
it? Wow.
the markers.
And I like
Back then,
I like the leather band that the seller presented it with as well. It kind of vibes with the watch in the right way.
back
It
then,
goes with
34
numerals,
mil,
doesn't it?
because 34
Yeah.
mil was the manual wind. Manual wind.
Yeah, it is. It is a manual caliber 1210.
Geez, that's still a pretty penny for an old watch.
It is. It is. I'm sure you can find something for cheaper because this is sold out of Japan, and Japanese sellers usually may seem overpriced, especially with their online listings. I'm sure you can negotiate a price.
And that beggars a question, Lord. If you had, let's put that in US terms. So if you had $4,000 US, right?
Mhm.
Do you go and you want a luxury watch? Do you go vintage Rolex or do you go modern? I'd probably go modern Omega myself, or even modern Tudor. I quite like the look of that little watch that Tickers wore today. That looked like a really nice little watch, a little blue dial thing he was wearing.
Yeah.
XD.
I think I would go if I were looking for a sports
That one
watch.
Tickers wore today, Lord. That one Tickers was wearing today. That would easily survive, being blasted out of a cannon, wouldn't it?
And
Yeah.
then some.
Well, I mean, he made that joke himself, but I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
that's right. Yeah, he made it. He made it himself.
I'm not gonna turn this into Ticker's hate at all. Nothing personal against him. I thought what he did there was a little out of line.
What
Because
happened there? I missed it. I missed it.
well,
I
it was very simple.
Yes, and then
He was
Lord, you broke up right when you said that sentence. So please.
Oh yeah, I was
That-
saying I have nothing against Tickers at all. Nothing personal. It's just he was basically doing an unpaid advertisement for BQ watches, which is a brand that doesn't contribute to the channel in any way.
Really?
And he said like, you should do a deal with BQ watches with Spencer. He would give you a great deal. And I said, well, since he's not a paid advertiser on this channel, can he perhaps give it to the Pontiff at retail? He said no, and it's not your channel. Why are you being so defensive? It's only the Pontiff's place to tell me that I can't do that. Anyways, but I thought it was out of line.
Hey, every little bit of drama is good for ratings. Okay.
He's the rightest lapdog that way.
I see where you're coming from, though, there, Lord. Why should you advertise something for someone for free and do the job for him when you're not getting paid?
It was quick thinking by Lord actually to come up with that.
We have David SW. We have Pride and Pinion, which are paid advertisers on that channel. So if we are going to advertise another gray market dealer, why don't they pay for it, right?
Got to pay to play.
We are special.
It's not like they'll miss money.
Pre-owned. Needs jewelers on time back again.
Yeah, man. For us old school guys, nothing will replace Alberto Frosio.
Old school.
I want
Yes,
my
well,
$5,000 back.
On Rolex and Pate Filippo.
No, that's nice.
That's a good point, that, Lord.
Good point. And then Tickers
Hoffman
made the joke himself about being shot out of a cannon. So, we're able to make that joke with him,
No, honestly, I love Tickers. I love his story. I love his passion. He's very thoughtful in the watches that he chooses, and that FXD is just the perfect watch for him. It has
that's a great watch.
It has the military provenance. It's a proper diver's watch. It's well made, and it's unique. You know, it's the first year that they did that watch. It still has that 21 engraved on the case back because it is from that first 2021 run. It's perfect.
Yeah, lovely watch.
But who wouldn't want to see him shot out of a cannon? No, we won't go there.
Is it,
No, I wouldn't go there.
With a very large net on the other end, of course. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to him, but it would still be fun to see him fly through the air.
he's brave enough to do it. Like the guy's been through that much. He's actually.
He takes no shit whatsoever, doesn't he?
Oh no, he fires up. That's what I love about him. I remember seeing him on Tim's stream, and I said, "Fuck, Archie, there's a guy on Tim's show that's just killing it. He owning the channel."
He takes no shit.
And I said, "Mate, this guy is the future of YouTube. Get him over now." And he's got some collab going, but I think it'd be great to see Watch Nicholas jump on. I just don't know how that would go. If Watch Nicholas was on Archie, how would he? It'd almost have to be one-on-one, wouldn't it? You wouldn't really want too many other people on the panel.
No.
Yeah, I think
it's what I asked you 2 days ago, Plastic.
You want two good brains.
How would that work?
You'd have two mega minds on the channel just discussing everything, anything and everything. It would be an amazing to be witness to that.
Plastic, sorry to interrupt, but can I welcome Hoff on Smash to the channel?
Yes.
Oh, Hop on Smash is an absolute
you, Lord.
legend.
So
What a
nice to
guy.
see you, man.
Plastic. Nice to meet again.
Yeah, I love Hoff because he eats in his car, just like
Yes,
I do.
likewise. Big fan, Lord. Yes, we're two savages. But Lord, great stuff today. Really appreciate you standing up for the Pontiff. I thought Tickers is getting a little big for those little britches.
Nothing personal. Again, I think if anyone else did it, I would have reacted in the same way.
100%. It came from the heart, and that's why I'm just saying. Obviously, he's in, let's say, easy target, and a lot of times I don't appreciate when people are attacking him in the chat and stuff like that. He does take. I actually admire, like Plastic says all the time, how he is quick to stick up for himself, and I agree. He's a great. I'd say his watch reviews might, still need some work, but I think he's a great personality in the space.
For me, guys, I see him as a really he's a great panelist, and he's one of those. There's a saying, you can play down in the minors and you can play in the lower leagues, right? But when you get to the big leagues, it can be a little bit harder to find your way, and that's why for me, I like coming on and relaxing with Lord or Marcelo time or, even Archie's car show. There's no real pressure. You just hang out, right? But for that spotlight on the Archie show, takes a certain breed to thrive in that environment, and Ticker's just got it. He's fucking got it.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's why I have to wait for
it.
the car show to pop my cherry.
Yeah, and that's why you get someone like Bear. He's built for this shit. Bear is built for that. And so this week watching Bear, don't always agree with what he has to say, but that's the beauty of it. He doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And that's what we love about him. And him on the Archie show, when they start riffing and talking watches, and they start having disagreements, and Archie's like saying, "Oh no, I don't know if I agree." That's just gold, mate. Great YouTube, and look at the money that Archie's been doing the last few days. He's been killing it. Why? Because the ratings have been huge. Why they've been huge? Because it's been a lot of good watch talk. Lots of good contributions. Great to have Lord on. This has been a great week of YouTube. One of the best I've seen for a while, actually. No concrete.
You know what I love
talk,
about our community here? And to me, I think watches are the things that bring all these unique personalities together. But if we're going to talk about the community as a whole, there's like this weird fellowship amongst all our watch fans that I think everyone kind of respects each other, and you're able to have certain conversations that kind of expand your horizons. And I like all the random maniacs you meet along the way.
Exactly.
Like my man Big Meech right there.
Oh, Meech is fucking gold. He's like, the eccentric millionaire that just pops in and out. He's great. Love him.
Michi, you still stop drinking?
He's on the zero.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. For now, anyways.
That was the first time I didn't even know Bud Zero existed until you showed it on the street. Back in my day, they only had O'Doul's as the alcohol-free.
It tastes like horse piss, for the love of God.
And how would you know that? How
Why
would
don't
you
you
know
just
that?
Hey,
As someone who
Michi,
used to work around horses, I know, unfortunately.
Michi, just grab some vodka and just put a few caps of vodka in your Bud Zero. Then you'll be sweet.
I don't think I could stop at 2 drops.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same, man. Get me started. I can't stop.
Plastic. By the way, is there anyone with a thicker skin than my man Lord right here?
Yeah. No, that's why you got to take your hat off to Lord.
Yeah, well, I mean that whole dating profile thing, which was a long time coming, and I know the stream got deleted because there were some, let's say, innocent bystanders that caught some shrapnel in the photos. Like
It's my idiocy. It's my idiocy. I shouldn't have included that picture because I should have looked out for them myself. So it's my.
But to me, that was like a clear turning point where you could have felt the way and started freaking out, and just the fact that you went with the punches, rolled with it, had fun.
I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see with Lord. There's going to be quite a bit of PTSD from that hazing, and every now and then, Lord's going to behave in a way that's going to take us by surprise, shock a few people. But a lot of it is going to be traced back to that particular day on that stream where he was absolutely owned by Archie and the audience. And the beautiful thing about Lord is, in his own way, he will fucking punch through, give a bit more than what he has to take, put a few people in his place, and that's all part of his his journey into YouTube folklore. And I think Lord is going to be one of those characters that will be on YouTube for many years to come. And I can't see him. I just see him going from strength to strength. And that's why I got in early with my free review, because I know it's going to cost a lot more in years to come to get a review of my watches. Well, I urge anyone out there, if you've got a few watches, Lord's offering $0 down, paid or unpaid reviews. Get those fucking reviews in now, boys, because there's going to be a high demand in the future, I predict.
I'm with you.
Thank you, guys. I mean, I do appreciate the love, but fuck it, I'm fine with the hate as well. So
no, but Lord, you can't deny
the praise a little bit.
You can't deny a man's intellect, and you can't deny a man who's got intelligence, and seeing what you went through and how you handled it, and how you managed to push it down deep inside yourself. I just can't wait for the Lord explodes in years to come. It's going to be fucking magnificent.
Oh, it's going to happen. Someone's going to press the wrong button.
Absolutely, man.
Say hello to my little friend.
Oh, yeah. Then he's going to be like a caged rat like Marcelo was that time on that Austin Street.
Yes, because a hazing like that
brilliant.
does not go a hazing like that does not go unpunished. And it's going to come along. Someone's going to cop it at some point. So.
Look, man, I mean, the thing is, for now at least, people are making fun of things that I know and that I'm at peace with, So
yes.
Imagine I have mirrors in my house, right? I know that I have a monobrow on my face. If I didn't feel good about it, I would have trimmed it, done something about it.
As men, though, we don't need to be handsome or pretty. As men, though, we need to be able to find a way to get what we want, right? And most of us have to use our we have to talk our way into the right situations. Lord you're not an ugly man, and the monobrow is just part of your shtick. But I don't think you're going to have any trouble with the ladies, mate. Unlike me, I'm a bit of an ugly bastard. That's why I don't show my face.
Well, it's good that you are married then, and it's good that you're married to the love of your life. So
Oh,
you
hell
don't
yeah.
try at all.
One dog, one bone, mate. I'm not going anywhere.
Exactly.
So,
And I do, look, in that recent exchange with a certain personality, maybe I came across otherwise, but of course, who wouldn't want to be married to the love of one's life and have children and build a family? Of course, that's a beautiful thing. And of course, I aspire to that. Who wouldn't?
and everybody that's here, Lord, supporting you now, obviously respects you, mate. You know what I mean? So you've got to be happy that you've more than, if there's any dues to pay, you've more than paid them.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you both. And Alex, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night, my friend. And remember to upvote the stream. Please like and subscribe. I really do appreciate that. I wonder, by the way, Ozzy is asking an interesting question. The Velcro strap, the diver strap that comes with the FXT version, I wonder if you could actually order that if you have the full bracelet titanium version of the Catalogue. And Ozzy, you have a special relationship with your AD.
He brings the cupcakes,
Yes,
and all
you
that
bring
sort
the
of
donuts, and they should be
I
able to.
don't
post them.
believe the FXD comes with the bracelet.
No.
No.
Ozzy has the Pelagos on
He
the
wants
full
a-
Right, the
bracelet.
proper,
Oh, you know
not
what?
the FXD.
Maybe there's a proprietary issue that maybe it won't fit without adjustment. Maybe somehow they've made it difficult to fit it without some sort of adjustment.
So the funny part is I tried the FXD on. I had emailed my AD when it first came out, and then he called me when it came in, when they got one. And I don't know if it's the way my wrist is. You know that bump you have on your wrist? I believe it's called the ulnar bone, where your wrist sticks up.
Yeah, well, it stops your
Yep.
watch moving down onto your hand.
Yeah,
pretty much.
the fixed lugs on that FXD just kept hitting that bone, and it sat really uncomfortable on my wrist. And I was just sitting there realizing, like, should I get it for the flip, or just to be a dickhead and be like, hey, I have this watch that I know a lot of people are after. It was the 21 edition, and
Did it have a
I
strap?
felt like, let me catch and release it, and do the right thing there.
Did it have a strap? Is it a
It
strap?
had the Velcro, and then there was a second strap. The Velcro definitely fit better because the Velcro is a lot thicker than the other strap. It comes with two straps. One
See,
is
I don't think straps
like-
are for everyone by the very nature of what is. I think straps can wear in. So over time, you may find that it'll loosen up and start to hug your hand a bit better. But I don't like straps. I prefer the bracelet, and I really love the Jubilee because it forms better around the
Yeah.
wrist, if that makes sense, because it's obviously got more length. I couldn't go back to a strap, to be honest.
I like NATO's.
I agree.
On that FXD, they have two straps, right? One's that Velcro, and the other one's like that paratrooper strap. I don't know what that company, Erica's, that used to do those like French paratrooper straps. That's
Yeah.
what the second strap is. And that one was more comfortable, but again, it was a thinner strap. And like I said, those fixed lugs, they're very sharp around the corners. And it's not
Yes.
like you just have a spring bar in between the lugs. It had a
Yes.
very thick piece, and the corner just kept hitting that bone as I was
You
trying
just-
it on. I'm saying to myself, fuck, I know I'm not going to wear this thing.
You've
'cause
just
it's
given a
not
very
comfortable.
good review of that watch, Hoffler. That's a fucking brilliant review, mate, because what you've told me, I can actually start to imagine, what it would be like putting that on. So,
What size wrist do you have, Plastic?
huge, mate. I'll show you. I'm just going to
Massive.
I just put the mask on, fellas, and then I can show you
No, I have a 7 7/8. Sometimes an 8 during the summer. So
Well, remember, I'm wearing a Pepsi at the moment, okay? So I'll show you.
I have a Pepsi on Jubilee as well.
Got it on now?
I could.
Because if you just want to, I mean, yeah, I'll just throw it.
I ended up having to add one Jubilee link from the.
I added two.
Oh, okay, so I'm just one notch under.
I'm gonna do the old plastic.
This is the plastic I love.
I fucking look away
Plastic bounce, you
from
know? Plastic bounce. I'll do the bounce. You're
Are you a Mexican in Australia or an Australian in Mexico?
whatever you want me to be, mate. Whatever you want. So that's that's two extra links, 2 extra Jubilee links.
Fucking
Yeah,
hell,
see,
your
it
wrists are
looks
massive.
nice on the wrist.
Does that look too small?
Your wrists are massive. That looks like how I'm wearing this date.
It looks like an aching 34 mil, doesn't it?
No, I think it
Yeah.
looks good.
Yeah,
I
I
like
love it. I love this watch.
It could be because I have big ass wrists too, and I got used to the way it looks on mine as well. Do you have a Cermet?
I do. I have the Cermet. Yeah, I've got an extra link in that.
That's the next one for me. That I'm actually since I said no to the FXD, he put me on the Cermet list and promised me one this year. Yo,
You don't even have to fucking say it. I want to see that fucking vision there. You're in the yellow mask and it's setting me off.
Plastics Wizard was the best. When Wizard would come
That's what kicked it off.
Tough guy and Plastic.
That's what kicked it all off, isn't it? In the beginning.
Now he's got the best mama jokes is the Wizard. He's become the last, I'd say, few months since he's got that bit of a hazing from Plastic and Green Room and he's really come into his own. He's fucking hilarious, and he is a really good character on YouTube now. Excellent.
I agree. He needed to get broken in.
Oh, he's great. He's just your mama. I'll come back for your sister.
That's what your mama said.
Yeah.
That's what
so
your
you
mama
see
said.
on these lugs, see that bevel along the
I can
edge
see it.
there?
As soon as you mention that, I get it because then I looked at that. But that's titanium, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's kind of sharp around the corner. So if you have bigger wrists like me in Plastic,
Nah,
it
you
just
put me
hits.
off. Yeah, fuck it. I would never get that watch now.
Yeah, I would very much suggest anyone who seriously wants it to just try it on at first, because it would have been sight unseen. I would have definitely bought it, and it just would not fit my wrist right.
What
It
I love
depends if
about
you
it
have
is,
that phone.
I really love that you can just pull the strap out and you just got this little watch head, and then you can just fucking feed the strap through. I think that's just a brilliant feature, but not for everyone. I just looking at that watch, I know I wouldn't like wearing it. I can just exactly what you said. I can tell. Yeah.
The funniest part is I almost got a Pelagos, like the proper Pelagos, until I ended up getting lucky and got my first Rolex, which was a Sea Dweller 43.
Yes, beautiful watch, by the way.
Yeah, I love it. That's what I wear daily. But I'm so excited to try this because I wanted a no-date version of a watch, and this is a great no-date 3-hander. But like I said, it just did not sit right on my wrist.
Yeah.
And there's that paratrooper strap I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a crazy left field idea for a no date. Okay, now hear me out. What about a Calatrava? Like one of ours, like a 5196.
Mm.
They actually wear bigger than you think. I've worn his, and I've got the Daytona as well, and it wears very similar to the Daytona. Even though the Daytona.
Now, you wear a Daytona on your big ass wrist?
Yes. I fucking oath I do. When I bought the Daytona, the guy goes, this isn't for everyone. You're a big guy. Just have a think about it. And I thought, let's have a think about it. It's a fucking Daytona. I don't care if it looks like I don't care if it looks like a lady's watch. I'm fucking buying it. And it's my watch, so who cares what it looks like but me? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you.
But if you the 5196, because of the relationship between the bezel and the dial is so big. It actually wears a lot bigger than what you think. I've worn Archie's, and it wears big, mate. And a big guy can pull it off. Archie pulls it off, no problem.
Yeah, it really does.
And his wrist isn't. His wrist will be about the same as you. Because I know it's
The
slightly smaller than mine.
Calatrava I seen and I really fell for was a 6119G. It's the white gold.
Yep, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, it's a 6119.
So, right, lads, I'm going to jump off now anyway. It's nice chatting
Right
to you
there. That's
See you later, Daddy. I'm going to leave on Daddy. See you later, Daddy.
It was lovely having you. It was lovely having you.
Some kip, Danny. Good to see you, Danny.
See you later, Danny. Rich, been really good talking to you, Danny. Have a great day, man. Oh, I love you, Danny. See you, man.
You're a fucker, plus.
Danny, you got to take care of the pontiff when he's out there in London. Anyone messes around, I need you on their ass.
Yeah.
Well, super chat, Danny. Then
He asked me if I'm going down, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make it.
Oh,
He
once
asked
in a
me if
lifetime opportunity, my friend. I wish.
I know. It'd be brilliant, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, to be honest.
Well, take care, my friend. Enjoy seeing you on the
you
streams.
can get a watch
Yeah,
delivered
cheers,
to
pal.
his house in
Speak to you
Toledo
later.
morning.
Take care.
Go to London, you see Pontiff.
No, it's the getting the time to go
I
over there,
understand,
the actual.
Just giving you a ribbing.
To get away.
Just giving you a ribbing. God bless you, Danny.
Lord,
See you,
what do
buddy.
you think about this Calatrava?
I like it. You know, one thing.
See you all. Bye.
See you, buddy.
Ciao, Danny.
I can't see the dial size.
See you about.
How wide's the dial? I can't.
I think it's like a 3940.
Oh, that would be fucking perfect. And it's that edging, though. I'm not a huge fan of the edging around the bezel.
Coinage.
That's
Coinage.
Oh, there you go, 39.
yeah. I've never been a massive fan of that, but I guess it could grow on you. Like,
I
Yeah.
prefer it over a fluted bezel.
oh, you know what? Of the two, I'd take the rose gold. I would go the rose gold. Fuck it. I think.
For me, as much as I appreciate the kind of sportier look with for the Calatravas that have the crown guards, there's something about a Calatrava that just goes with the classic hobnail.
This is nice.
bezel.
Have you pulled up the rose gold one, Lord?
Of course. Let me do that.
The rose gold one, in my opinion, is the pick.
And the
It
one
really
you-
highlights
yeah,
it goes with it makes that edging look just
I see what you're saying.
killer.
Was the previous watch stainless steel or white gold?
White gold.
Yeah,
Yeah,
white
all G and Pateks are white gold. If it says G, it's a white gold.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the yellow is killer. That's a fucking good size too. Look at that.
And that's
so
39
thin.
as well?
Yep,
That's 39. Yeah.
39, and the thickness hovers right around 8 millimeters.
So
So
thin.
It's a
That's
beautiful
killer.
thin dress
That's
watch.
Bulgari world.
Yeah.
Wind and wear, boys. Wind and wear. Hey, that's
Lovely.
Do what Archie did.
Hey.
Put on a NATO. Archie put his 5196 on a NATO once. I think one of his Calatravas. Fuck it. Just throw it on a NATO. Fuck it.
So,
Well,
Black,
that'd be
what do you
cool.
do if one of the boys says, I have to have one of these, Dad?
Oh, well, no. See, in my opinion, I'll get them started on the automatic watch journey with a Seiko. Then when they graduate, probably when they graduate high school or maybe when they turn 21, I'll get them their first Swiss watch, possibly a tag or a Tudor. That's it then. That's it, right? You're on your way, boys. You're on your way, And then
Here's
if they
an
want
idea.
to,
Here's an idea, Plastic.
Hmm.
As soon as they turn 18, you do everything in your power to keep them at home, but you charge them rent.
yes.
But the rent, in the end, buys them a watch when they're 21.
That's a good idea, actually. That's
That is a very good idea.
Problem is, they're going to be probably pretty big boys, and having 3 of those lumps around the house, I think I might start to get a bit sick of them,
Well, then you need to talk to Meech about raising your own livestock.
Put some stables out the back here again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If not Stables, in a watch workshop.
I tell you what, guys, I can't wait to become a grandfather one day. That's my. I'm looking forward to that. I just can't wait.
It's beautiful.
I'm not wishing them to have teen pregnancies or anything, but I hope they get started in their 20s because we don't live forever, right? So,
Your oldest is how old? Plastic.
I'm over 50, mate. So yeah.
No, how oldest is your oldest? How old is your oldest? Sorry.
He turns 13 this year.
Okay.
So I'm hoping in 10 years I'll have a grandchild. Maybe in 10 years if I just if he finds a nice girl and her father's rich enough, then,
you've got a 10-year head start on me as far as grandchildren go.
Yeah,
and we are the same age.
Wow! So you got a 3-year-old?
Correct.
Wow! Just the one, or?
Yes.
Wow. That's a wonderful age, mate. Just discovery, and they're talking, and you're having little conversations, and teaching them how to ride a bike and all that sort of stuff. It's amazing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Plastic. Have you ever tried the Sea Dweller 43?
No, I haven't. They've got display ones at Rolex in town, and I looked at a few. I almost pulled the trigger, but it was like, do I get this? Do I sell the sub for the 43? And I just my ceramic 40 mil was my first Rolex. I don't ever want to really sell that. My bluesy, I sold that to put that money into a Pepsi. So that had to go because you want to do something occasionally with a watch to roll into something, and then of course I'll never sell the Sermon. So then to have another dive watch, it would have to be a really good. I have to have a big kick up in the crypto this year because the crypto is fucking flatline, boys. It hasn't done much. Yeah. So unless a 10x this year or 5 or 10x,
you're lucky if it's flatline.
Oh yeah, well, it's all gone down. But we all know with crypto, now's the time to scoop up coins, isn't it? If you got extra change, you scoop them up, right? But I think it's going to be a couple more years before I get that windfall. And in the meantime, if I did want a watch desperately, I want the gold root beer. That's what I want. So that's something that I would
solid rose or the two
solid gold, yeah, because that caps off my GMTs. I don't need anything. I got the black GMT. I got the Batgirl. I got the Pepsi. If I get that, obviously I don't need a two-tone. So that's got my GMTs covered. And I may still sell a watch to get that. I'll probably sell my Datejust 2 to put that into that because they're going for quite a bit now as well. Like I've made money on that. So that's my watch plans.
I tell you, I was lucky. I got my Pepsi at retail in July.
Yeah,
and
very lucky.
It was only 8 months after I bought my first Rolex from this AD.
Beautiful.
So I think the compelling part was I went in there and I was explaining how fucked over I got by Tourneau and a lot of these kind of big chain stores, and they were always trying to upsell me. I just wanted a Sea Dweller. I always thought the Submariner fit my wrist a little. Like it just didn't have that dive watch feel to me. So when the 43 came out, I was trying to get it, and I kept getting on waiting lists. And me and my wife were in the Bahamas, and I put it on. I got my name on a list out there. Coincidentally, before I knew shit about Rolexes, I was harassing all the local dealers there. There was a blue Sky Dweller that I seen that I could have gotten, and I didn't know what that was back then. And I had to, I regret it all the time. So I was like, no, I want the Sea Dweller because I was zoned in on this watch, and they ended up calling me back, and I couldn't fly out at that time and collect it. So I kept every time. Tourneau kept telling me they had a Sea Dweller in stock for me and kept trying to switch me on the two-tone, which I just don't like that two-tone.
The cheeseburger. I'm not a fan of the cheeseburger. Yeah.
It just looks like an Invicta to me. I don't know. I don't personally like the way.
I'm not a fan of black two-tone. I like blue two-tone. Blue or the or if it's going to be black, it's
with
got to be like the root beer.
Yellow gold. I
or
totally
a color
agree.
bezel. Or a color bezel. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But then, so I broke down. Someone referred me to this AD. It happened to be someone, let's say, who spent a lot of money there, and they got me that Sea Dweller within a week. Okay. So I referred a couple of people. I kept stopping down, just telling the story how happy I was. And eventually I was talking about, my birthday coming up, and that was my dream watch. And literally the week of my birthday is July 4th, July 3rd, he emailed me and was like, hey, I happen to have one in stock right now. If you could come grab it today, it's yours. And that's how I got
fantastic.
it. Yeah, it was.
Well, my Pepsi was a different story because I bought my Sermon and the Batgirl through a grey dealer, and his pricing is very competitive. Okay, so they're brand new. He knew I wanted a Pepsi, so out of the blue he said, "Mate, I've got an 18 Mark 1." I didn't even know what that meant, but he said it's in mint condition. It's July 18 model, right? Pepsi, and this is in July last year. And I had to pay double retail. Okay, so if retail's 13 Aussie, I pay 26. Okay, at the time I thought that's a lot of money, but I had to have that Pepsi. Now it's like fucking. Now it's like
it's doubled.
It's like chicken feed. It's doubled again. Yeah, so I'm not disappointed now, but at the time I'm like, fuck, that's a lot of money. But I really wanted the Pepsi, and you've got one. I believe it's the best modern sports Rolex watch, or the best modern Rolex there is on the market because of the Jubilee, and because of the color bezel, and because of the fact that it's so versatile and its complication. I think it's the greatest watch that they've got in their lineup. I call it the Daytona killer. I just think it's reaching for that number one spot.
And I honestly think that's why they got it for me. And I think this is a real lesson to people. Like, you just can't give up. If there's one watch you like, just, single sales objective. Like we were talking before in the other stream, when you asked me if I was in sales, like a lot of times you got to use sales type tactics. If there's one specific watch, every time you go in, keep talking about that watch. Keep letting them know, I would bring up like the history of Pan Am and all this stuff and start talking to them. And then after a while, I think at some point, maybe someone didn't have the money or whatever. They got it and thought of me. And, you get lucky sometimes. That's
a great idea, because that's what I started doing when my mind clicked recently about the root beer gold, right? I just said, you know what? Why think about a root beer two-tone? Ultimately, at some point in my life, I want a gold. Fuck it. Let's just make this the one. And I've been obsessing about it. And I've got my name down with one AD that only lets you express interest for one watch at a time. For that one, I have to have the obligatory Daytona, right? I've been on that list for years, and I've never bought anything off them, so I'll probably never get it. But this other one is a multi-brand, and I probably won't get it either, but it's just a fantasy. And if it is this one, I'm very hopeful. I just keep hoping. Like you said, I send them emails, I ring them up, I go in, and I'm just talking about that watch. So I'm trying that because it really is all I'm thinking about is a gold root beer.
And you know what? If you do get that rose gold root beer, if you had any shot at getting a Daytona, it would be after purchasing a precious metal watch like that.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, but
I agree. That does not. The two-tone does not hold a candle to that full rose gold. I mean, that watch is beautiful.
Yeah, I could never purchase a rose or a two-tone myself, but I love the root beer. And yes, it would have to be the full rose.
The two-tone I've always loved is the bluesy, like I had a pre-ceramic, and so it's the one I would go as a ceramic bluesy.
The Rolex Oyster Perpetual.
Oops,
hang on, just
sorry about that.
It's okay. So I would go a bluesy, but at the moment my heart and my mind is fixated on the solid gold rose root beer. That's what it's fixated on.
I was able to have the opportunity to purchase a full rose gold. It was just sitting in the display case, and it sat there for about 3 months.
Yes,
nobody wanted it.
And then because that mentality men have, if we want something, has to be unattainable, right? And it's ruined. It's fucked up. It's so fucked up because I saw a platinum Daytona a couple of years ago now at the AD in Brisbane, just sitting there. And I look at it and said, Jesus, it's heavy and the money. And if I knew what I know now, if I knew then what I know now, I would have left with that watch. I would have moved heaven and hell to heaven and earth to buy it. But
I have a similar story with the Smurf. While I was going in, when it was probably like 2017, 2018, and I was going in harassing about the 43 millimeter Sea Dweller when it was still a Mark 1 dial. And that's my great regret. I wish I would have gotten that Mark 1 dial. I think Nub Gunner, who's in the chat, he ended up trading 2 watches for that, and he was feeling bad about it. But I think the fact that he got a Mark 1 makes it worthwhile, because I look at that and that's going to be the equivalent of a flat 4 Kermit to me if those watches ever take off.
when you say Mark 1, what do you mean by Mark 1? You mean Mark 1 Smurf?
No, the Sea Dwellers, the 43s, the Mark 1, the first year they came out, which they called the True 50th Anniversary edition, it doesn't have a core net at the 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and it also has a matte dial. Danny actually just showed his earlier on.
No, I have a matte dial on mine, and it's a Mark II.
Okay. But
that's a part about the Sea Dweller itself. They all have that matte dial. It doesn't have that lacquer dial like the subs. But while I was going in there, I actually seen a Smurf, and then I was looking at it, and I was trying it on, and some guy's like staring at me as I'm trying it on, and I was like, no, I just don't like the way it fits. And then when they were like, I think it was 30 grand at the time, I was just like, holy shit, I'm not spending this on something I'm not like dying over. I handed that person snatched it up immediately, swiped their card, was out the store before I even know. I felt like someone just pickpocketed me, you know? And then when I realized what a rare watch that was, that was the last time I ever seen one in the wild.
Yeah, and look, I still love white gold. I mean, obviously, you look at, say, Marcello's Meteorite Doll Pepsi. I think that's an absolutely beautiful watch.
That is a killer.
That's killer.
That is the grail of grails to me.
I love that watch. I absolutely love it, but I'm not stupid enough to put my name down and ask for that, because I know that will never come my way. You know what I mean? More chance, even though it's still very unlikely, I think there's more chance of a rose gold root beer than there is a Pepsi with the Meteorite. But also, I'm of this opinion that gold, now thinking back, gold, to look like gold is a special thing as well. I don't particularly, when you have a gold watch, maybe I don't want just me to know. You know, maybe I don't give a fuck. And I'm like happy that someone goes, fuck, that's a nice solid gold watch. So
yeah, there comes a time.
Out of curiosity, plastic.
Yeah.
Plastic. Would you still want the rose gold GMT if it had a meteorite dial?
Yes. Yes.
Would you want it more than the black dial?
He's into hype pieces. Of course he would.
Yes, I love hype watches. I'm just, for me, I found out that what I like is the fact that it's hyped, but there's a point where, yeah, mate, I of course I'd take it, but see, there's things I wouldn't take. Like I wouldn't, if I was offered a black dial gold sub with a black bezel, I wouldn't take it. I just don't like the bumblebee gold, black and gold look. I just don't like it. It's weird.
I'm with you.
But I love the color bezel. Yeah.
I would be happy if I never saw another Jubilee bracelet in my life. But I would like Jubilee. I would like to see this watch on a presidential.
Jingly jangly.
I'd love to see that watch on a white gold Jubilee. A fucking killer.
I don't know what it is. Something about Pepsi and the Jubilee I really like. On Batman, I think Oyster when I think the Batmans, but on the Pepsi, I don't know. Something always spoke to me on Pepsi on Jubilee.
Yeah, me too. And with the back girl, I'm happy with it. But if it was a Batman, I wouldn't be unhappy, if that makes sense. But I definitely wouldn't want an oyster on my Pepsi.
Yeah.
Sounds crazy. There'll be people out there going, "Oh, what?" But that's just how I feel. That's why I disagreed. I know Bear said he was very close to agreeing with my comment today about the modern best one sports Rolex, and for him to say he preferred on an oyster, coming from a purist point of view, I don't know.
Oh wow!
This is watch.
Well, you showed that in the stream today, didn't you? You showed that.
This is a watch that sold in May 2017. It's a white gold Submariner prototype on a barked presidential bracelet, and what was originally a bluesy dial that turned deep purple.
Wow.
So what vintage was that, Lord?
This was circa 1973. It's one of one.
And what did they end up getting for that?
Huh?
What did it go for at auction?
I think it was 653,000 Swiss francs.
Fuck, bargain.
Before the buyer's premium, I might add.
Bargain.
Well, now
More
my
like
question is
100.
irrelevant.
Fucking bargain by today's standards, man.
And you see how unique that bezel is as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. It's like it's hand carved almost, isn't it?
Well, and you have Roman numerals as well as
that's crazy.
6 o'clock. It's 30,
That is bitch to polish.
and then the knurling at between 9 and 11 and 3 and 4 on the bezel indicates it might be rotating.
It is rotating. Yeah, 3 and 5 has that coin age. Between 3 and 5, and between like you said, 9 and 11.
And that is not a Jubilee bracelet.
Presidential.
That's presidential with a bark finish on the center.
I don't mind the bark finish. I don't have a problem with
Yeah, I
bark
think
finish.
it's cool.
If they put out the root beer with an option to have a presidential bracelet, solid gold, and they said, which one do you want? We've got both. I'd take the fucking presidential just to be a little bit different. And it's still a hype watch. It's still a hype piece.
I'm a sucker for crown guards, and that's a nice example.
It is a
Look
nice
at that, eh?
example.
I know
Yeah,
I'm a clumsy bastard at times too. I need a crown guard.
Thick,
And if
juicy
you-
lugs.
If you are interested in seeing the details, it's lot number 271 from that auction.
A lot 671. I just type it in prototype Rolex Submariner.
I'm really hoping they come out with the no date Yacht-Master 42.
Right?
That's the one I'm really.
Sir Ainsley's
hoping for.
future model.
Yes. I don't even care if it's titanium or not. I would like the titanium, don't get me wrong.
That's the sport watch that I would want to have a date on, because I'm on a yacht, and it's good to know what day of the month it is.
Well, if you're on a yacht, maybe you don't need to know.
Well, that's true as well.
Oh Lord, I'm looking at the prototype now on the internet, and look how it doesn't do the dial justice.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
And that watch has been seen a lot. It seems like they've really been showcasing that watch around. That's what gives me hope they might actually bring that out.
Would you want a titanium Rolex? It just, yeah. I don't
Not
know.
for me, thanks.
Not for me, yeah. I see
I don't
titanium or Tudor, you know.
I hear you on that. But I think I would. I still would. If I had the opportunity, I don't think I could turn this down.
I want a titanium.
Only in retail.
I want a
You make a
titanium
good point.
bicycle frame, not a titanium watch.
If they offered it to you, they went in and they said, hey, we've got this, but we don't have anything else. You know, it's Aussie, 14,000, 13,000 Aussie. you take a hit, but you think, fuck it, it's buying history. It's still sports. You'll never sell it. It's useful, I guess.
Well, it would be the first time Rolex ever used titanium, so I think it would always have some type of cachet.
I'm just wondering why. Okay, here's my theory. Would Rolex, they brought out their new cards because of some EU mandate about personal information going on warranty cards, right? And that was a EU thing. Is it possible they're looking at titanium because it's greener to produce titanium than it is steel?
To me, Rolex doesn't strike me as the type to be eco-friendly or eco-conscious.
What about the
You
EU?
can't polish titanium, can you? I don't think you can.
I think it's a bitch to polish, but I think you can do some refinishing on it. I just don't think it's like steel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's going to have that luster.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I wouldn't seek out this watch. It's like, have you guys ever looked at the Blancpain?
Yeah, 50 fathoms.
Yeah, and you've held the titanium and you've held the steel. The steels are so much nicer, in my opinion.
I will say some watches just don't have that. There's a certain feeling with that heft to them that makes you feel like you're buying something premium.
Yes.
I don't know if that's just me.
It's like
but that's something I like about the Sea Dweller, where it's a little heavier. It has that glide lock, just like the Submariner. You get it perfectly on your wrist, and
yes, you can wear it out of the store. As a big guy, you don't need anything in it. I mean, I got the extra link in the Sermon only because I didn't want.
I actually took a link out of the Sea Dweller. I had to get a link out of it.
I put a link in the Sermon, not because it didn't fit me. It did, but I had to extend it all the way to have it comfortably fit. And I just didn't want to be on that final link. It's just being a little bit anal. I just didn't want to be on that final link all the time. I want a little bit of play. And also meant that my wife couldn't wear it because then if she pushed it right in, it would still be way too big, And that's because my wife now wears my 40 mil Submariner. She just tucks it right in. And I know if I do that with the Sermon, I'll never fucking get it. And
that's when you want to make sure.
I don't want to share that one. No, I don't want to share. I don't want to share the Sermon. The 40 mil subby is like a family. It's going to become a family watch. As kids get older, they might want to wear it out to impress their mates. I'll say, throw it on the wrist.
To be honest, that's why I love my Sea Dweller too, because it's one of those. It's not, it's not like 2x, 3x retail that you start like with. I don't know about you, but when I wear the Pepsi now that it's gone up so high, I'm like, what am I doing? I'm super nervous about like.
Oh yeah, and even when you're taking a shit, you got to worry about bumping it on the fucking. The wall, or it's just full on. You're sitting there going, you're walking past the doors, or everything's a hassle. But at the end of the day, I only take it off when I go to sleep.
I've hit doorknobs with the Sea Dweller, and it hasn't even. I couldn't find anywhere on there that it left a mark.
Get a loop. You got a loop?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you'll surprise
Maybe
yourself.
I'm better off not taking
Sometimes you're better off not knowing. Once you get a loop over these things, you'll see all sorts of shit. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. If you do get a loop, okay. If you do get a loop, get one with a light in it. That's my recommendation.
What's up?
If you get a loop, get one with the light.
Yes.
Like a light that comes on, and you can use that to look at it.
And if you let your friend use that loop, make sure they turn the light off before they put it away.
And make sure you get it back as well.
Oh, well, no. I've got a loop with a light, but the friend put it away and didn't turn the light off, and I wasn't cognizant, and not a battery easy to replace. So it's almost like I need a new loop.
Oh.
Yeah, don't do that.
Nah. Yeah, just sorry. Word to the wise.
All right, fellas, enjoy the evening. I'm tapping out.
Lovely talking to you today, Hoff. It's been
likewise,
fun.
Plastic. Meech, take care, my friends.
it's a privilege to have you on the panel. Please come by.
I appreciate it.
It's been great.
Take care,
See you,
everyone.
mate.
I'll see you trolling in the chats.
See you, buddy. Bye.
What else do you have in your repertoire? Plastic?
I sent the collection to Lord. You can.
Oh.
No. I'm not talking about the watch.
He meant the
collection.
impressions.
Yeah.
Not much. I've just got Arch. Oh yeah, I really love Archie. He's a great man.
Mike says that about everybody.
Just stupid shit like that. Just dumb shit, really. Stuff that makes me laugh. That's it. Whenever you see me do that stupid shit on the show, I'm doing it because it's making me laugh more than anything. And
Right.
Yeah, and it makes me laugh.
You don't have a Dame Edna impersonation in you, do you?
Oh, hello, possums. It's a little bit like a pigsley. Hello, possums. Not very good, though.
No, I could need some work. I'll give you time. I'll give you a few weeks.
Rolex he has. Sports models he likes.
Who is it? Isn't it Doc? Isn't it Doc who does the camera impression?
Oh, Doc does it.
BBC?
Doc does. Doc and ABC will do Cameron. Doc and ABC will do Mike. Those two guys, honestly, they're fucking geniuses. Like Doc's been on and done stuff, and no one's even known it's him. You know. He's a genius. ABC's been pretty quiet lately, but he's Marcelo Bird or whatever. That's all time.
Yeah.
Bird brain.
Actually, meet this guy. Actually.
Yeah, Lord's got them all. Lord's really good. I remember when I first met Lord, and he'd be like, "Pull up, Orange, oh, fuck, this guy's fucking hilarious." So he just got it all, you know?
You learn from the best.
Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. The whole thing. I mean, the whole thing is all just a bit of fun, right? Bit of piss take, and that's why we like to watch Nicholas, because he's taken that to a whole new level.
The method actor.
Fucking genius. Absolute genius.
Yeah, I was on him quite early, but I'm unable to sit through an entire video.
Yeah. Tony, too tight. Tony, tight pants.
It's brilliant.
Making some videos. Give all the boys, all the boy. Yeah.
He has my support 100%, and he knows that.
It's good.
We've exchanged notes, so.
Oh, I'm a fan.
There was a tight moment. Super speeder Rob had a video about a black Lamborghini that tore around Dallas with a burnt out. The tire was gone. It was riding on the rim, and the trail of destruction went for miles downtown. And this Lamborghini was just left outside of the building that looked a lot like their old retail premises.
Really?
And I passed it on to Nicholas. Like, that is his car.
Mm.
But there had been his own video earlier, tight pants, of his car. His car had red brake calipers. The one in the accident, the one in the crime, had yellow brake calipers. So I was able to tell him quickly enough before he said anything about it.
Yes.
Because it really did look suspicious.
Those guys are, look, fair play. They're having the time of their lives. I'm not going to deny someone who's living their best life, having the time of their lives. But when you're doing it for profit, you've got to be accountable or held to account. That's just life, you know. It's just like someone in the peanut gallery saying, "Oh, that show is shit," right? If you're doing something for profit and you want to make money, then criticism, to take it all on board is constructive, right? And it'll make you better, it'll make the show better, and ultimately it'll make
No
you
chef
better.
wants to hear praise. The chef wants to hear criticism.
Yeah, and we don't really know what Tony thinks of it all. He might embrace it. He might not even know about it. He may have no opinion on what's happening in the, because at the moment, the ones who are looking more and more fucking stupid is Forpy and those guys apologising for someone who doesn't need to be apologised for.
In my estimation, Tight Pants is paying attention to Watch Nicholas.
Yeah.
He has been mentioned already.
Oh, okay.
But by the way, quick note to you, Plastic. Even my Gmail knows what kind of troll you are and sent your message directly to spam. But this is your first email to me ever, so I had nothing to do with it.
Do you like the email account?
Yes, especially the avatar that goes with it. But yeah, I will dedicate a full stream to this. So let's not reveal it all at once. But I do love this collection.
I'm happy to be on board with it. I just you'd probably just need to give me a heads up, maybe Eastern Standard Time. I mean, even if it's late at night, I'll get up. Like I got up at 3 a.m. today to watch Nicholas do a live stream. So I'm happy to jump up and talk with the shit on stream.
Plastic, honestly, especially for you, but for anyone, you tell me the time and that works best for you, and I will let you know if that works for me as well, and we can go from there.
What part of the world are you in?
I'm on the West Coast in Los Angeles.
So EST?
No, that's actually PST.
What is it?
Pacific time, PT.
Pacific time. Okay, Pacific time. So let's have a look at Pacific time now.
So it's right now. I'm 10:40 p.m. on Friday.
So what would probably a time you can't eat into the Pontiff.
Not at all.
For me, it would be good. For me, early in the morning, my time is good because the kids are still asleep and there's nothing to worry about. I don't have to worry about, like today, it's raining. There's nothing for them to do except play video games. But on a regular day, there's sport to take them to and stuff like that. So, probably 10:41. That's 6 to that. 10:40.
Oh, wait a second.
About 10 o'clock a.m. your time on the weekend, because that would be about 4 a.m. my time. That's perfect. Wake up and do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, Joe, can you show your Reverso, please? You're wearing your Reverso?
Decided to wear the Reverso today.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
That's
Reverso.
Nice. That's a Reverso, isn't it? That's got the duo face, right?
No, this is the stainless steel version. I didn't splurge with my Reverso.
So it's the same.
I jumped on a hype train. I jumped on a JLC before the hype train before Diego, Lord, and
Innovator.
so
Let's
not
see the
really.
back.
I just wanted one at the time, so I'm just like, oh, screw it, you know.
Flip it over.
They're nice
This is the
watches.
medium.
There's literally like on my version, there's literally nothing special about mine.
That's fine.
It's
Just
very
flip it over.
boring. There's nothing there.
I think it goes well with that Casa Fagliano strap, the polo boots inspired one, right? Do you like it?
I will say this: of all the JLC straps that are in current production, yes, I do like this strap a little bit more because it is a little bit more relaxed. I can wear this with jeans and a formal polo, or just like do fully dressed. I think it's definitely a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more universal, as opposed to like the light brown. Although I've been meaning to buy a black strap for this watch for quite some time, I grind my teeth because it's a $200 strap. So
Yeah,
The
but
reverse of that watch is a mirror. It looked to be.
yeah, it's a plain case back in that version.
yeah, and I
Might
thought
give
about
some people some ideas.
Yeah. It's like Archie's.
I
It's a
thought
nice
about
club.
engraving it, but
It's a great nightclub
I mean,
watch.
my initials wouldn't do it.
Forget
Sorry,
polo.
sorry.
It's a nightclub watch now.
Nature's yours a tribute, one they call a tribute, 38.
No, so mine is literally. I mean, you could argue technically it's the ladies' size. Since it's I think it's what the fuck the official measurements. I think it's like technically a 34 mil.
It's mid-size.
so-
What you call mid-size.
So yeah, it's a small seconds hand. So this one is just. I bought it in stainless steel because I knew I wouldn't wear it very often. I will give GLC this. Their stainless steel kind of comes off as white gold-ish in a way if you didn't know what you were looking at. So, but I just bought it because, frankly speaking, I was watching the Boardwalk Empire, and a lot of the gangsters were wearing square watches because that was popular at the time, and that's how I kind of got the craving and itch for a JLC. So I was like, well, you know, I'm starting to dress up a little bit more frequently, so I figured, why the fuck not buy a JLC and kind of put it in the rotation. But I didn't want to go all out on one because I knew, like I said, I wouldn't wear it very often. This watch barely gets worn in the summer because it is a leather strap, and in Minnesota it's humid, so leather straps tend not to hold up the greatest here. So yeah, it's more of a winter fall watch for me. But I still enjoy it. Like I said, even though I don't wear it very often, I still am appreciative of having a proper dress watch, even though technically I would deem JLC a entry-level dress watch when you compare it to the actual competition.
It's a nice watch, mate. I do like them. I've seen them in the flesh. I always, because I've got these ridiculous size wrists, I've never been able to wear them. I've even tried Archie's on. He's got the bigger one, and it just maybe because it's the narrowness of it, I just can't pull it off, mate. It's just too small for me. But I love the idea behind them. I love the fact that you can reverse them. I've seen them up close. I think they're beautiful watches.
The only one I feel that might sit well on your wrist, plastic, but even then I'm not too sure, is the one that has 22 millimeter lug width. There are a few models like that. The plain one is called 976, right? It's I will write it here, Grand Thai 976. It has a display case back with sapphire on the back as well, and then there's the Grand Calendar, which I will show now, which has a triple date function, and you can find it in steel for around 8K, which is an incredible steal.
So, I like the
Lord, you remember how we were saying like, go ahead, plastic?
No. I'm just looking now. I found one. Jaguar Culture Grand Reverso 976. I'm just going to have a look at it while you guys talk. You guys chat.
But anyways, Lord, I remember we were talking about potentially sliding me into just a slightly larger JLC. There's this guy. I mean, he's a bit of a pretentious prick, to be honest with you. But he has about the same wrist size as me. Look at how fucking comical that looks on his wrist. It's a large Reverso,
Mm.
and it looks like a fucking brick on his wrist.
This is the Tribute Dual Face, right?
I believe so. I
Yeah.
believe so. But the thing just looks absolutely comical on him, and
Look,
I'm pretty sure it would look absolutely comical on my wrist as well.
The thing with Reversos is they come. It's an unconventional shape, and they come in so many different shapes and sizes that it's not the kind of watch that you would want to buy online without having a chance to at least try the model on somewhere else.
Absolutely, and I went to the boutique to make sure mine would actually fucking fit.
And this is the triple calendar in steel.
You make a great point, Lord. A lot of people now buying watches sight unseen. They're going for the hype. They're finding a watch that goes, oh, this looks like the watch for me. They're picking them up without actually having experienced it in an AD. And in my opinion, the only watch that works well is Rolex Sports. And there are quite a few other watches I've tried on. They just don't always cut it when you're actually looking at them in the flesh, you know. And something like a JLC Reverso, you wouldn't want to buy that sight unseen.
No, especially because again,
Correct, absolutely.
no two Reversos are really the same. That's the thing, you know, that they have different complications, they have different sizes. Just stay away. Make sure you stay away from the Squadra or Grand Sport, as they call it, like, you know, the more square looking ones that are supposed to be the sporty versions. Those are really unconventional. If you were building just a Reverso collection, I can see picking up one. But
I think ultimately my dress watch, if I had a massive windfall and I'm like, wow, I've got every Rolex I want, I think that coin edged Patek, I know we looked at before, would be a good one. I think it was the 6119. Was it the 6119?
Yeah. Say it again.
I think we looked at a 6119 before.
Yeah.
I think if I was going to go absolute dress, I'd probably go the 39 mil Patek. I think that would be a yellow, a rose gold in that.
You know, yeah, and I think again, even this size, this is the biggest case that these Reversos come in. I think even this would look minuscule on your wrist. That's my worry. Otherwise,
those Calatravas wear big because they've got the tiny little bezel and the huge dial.
However, Lord, you could argue a proper dress watch should be on the smaller size, right? I mean, technically, plastic, I feel like could pull it off because you could say, hey, it's a proper dress watch. You know?
Yes, but it would look the way that 34 millimeter Patek looks on an average person's wrist. So it is a proper wristwatch. I agree. You can, or like a classique, like the conservative, most traditional, smallest size of Reverso available, would look on the average person's wrist. You can justify it, but it looks a little.
Lord, I've just fallen in love, my friend. Patek 5227J.
Let's see.
My God, 39 mil.
Patek.
Hold on. Yeah. Just taking a call.
Pull it out, Rich. Pull it up.
This is the automatic Calatrava, 3-hander with date in yellow gold.
Simple, clean, elegant, very old manish. I love it.
Yeah, it's a little thicker than the other Calatrava models that we looked at, but it does have these curved lugs that
I'm going to bookmark this page, guys, and because
I wouldn't call that obese.
I love this watch, man.
It's
It might be just the end game simple watch.
yeah, those lugs are just a beautiful piece of design.
Aren't they?
It's,
Look at the simplicity of that. Look at it.
Hmm?
It just says, oh, that's a great watch. And it's got a
And you-
complication. It's automatic. It's perfect.
you see the way this is kind of scalloped,
Yeah.
the way it connects to the rest of the case. It's
Isn't that summer, mate? That there is the watch. If I was going to get a dress, oh, look at that! I love the
and it's
Yeah.
it's what they call
Any ideas, Meech?
it's what they call the officer case back, right? You know, you can
Yes.
pop it out and take a nice look at it, and that's why it's a little thicker, and then you can close it before you put it back on your wrist.
That's now. Looking at this Calatrava, yeah, I get it. You know, this one, I get it. It's a good size, and
It's a
not
Hunter-
just size, proportion.
Case back, they call that?
Officer case back. It's like reminiscent of old school wristwatches that have the similar.
And the back of the case back looks like, because the movement's beautiful. That rotor, gold rotor, is
Yeah.
stare at that all day. What is the back of the case?
I actually considered a Patek for once. I was considering the 5196 like Archie had, but it's being discontinued, which now I'm officially uninterested with Patek now.
No?
But I do like this. I do like the officer's style. I mean, I think that's cool. It's a nice little flex.
Yeah, I like that one.
So
And
what
I like
does
the
that
white style.
back of that case back look like? Is there an image of
Hey
that?
guys, I've got to go. I've got to get dinner ready for the fam, so I'm going to go get some pizzas tonight. Domino's. I need some Domino's.
No,
Oh, what are you going to put on the pies, Plastic? What's on the pies?
I like I like thin base. I don't like thick base. I'm really thin and crispy. And
Good.
I like pepperoni. Kids like cheese, so I'll get pepperoni, cheese, garlic, cheese, pizza, and then we'll probably get something for the missus. She likes maybe ham and pineapple or something like that.
you should maybe
So,
give
full
them 20
pizzas.
grand in advance and see if you can get a watch out of them.
This has been a great day. I've really enjoyed all this watch talk. It's been wonderful.
Thank you
Great-
so
great
much.
night, guys, and talk
It
to you
really-
soon, fellas.
A pleasure.
It's a great pleasure to have you on the panel. Thank you so much for coming on. Blessed.
Thanks, Lord. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks, Jay. See you, buddies. See you, mate.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Gotcha.
See you later, guys. Bye. Love you.
Do they have
Look
them
how-
in- no
Look how
pictures?
it looks from the profile,
Yeah,
man.
it's beautiful.
Oh, look at that. It's like a woman, very voluptuous.
Yes.
Mm.
No, it's just got those lines. Picasso would probably drool over this. So that is it closed. Just a brushed case back.
Yeah, I think it's only the J that has the officer case back. I think this has no display case back, for better or worse. But you see, it has the same movement with that decorated gold rotor, and the movement is still finished in that same beautiful way with Côte de Genève on the bridges and perlage, the engine turned decoration here on the edge. It's just beautiful. 324 is a beautiful automatic movement.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, and I don't even like Patek dress watches or post watches for that matter.
You can't claim to be alive and say that you dislike that watch that we just looked at.
You can't. I mean, there's so many examples of that. like, I like to think I have my own rules and preferences. I say I don't really like chronos. The dials are too busy. But then you see a beautiful execution of that, and you can't but just say, wow, that is amazing. I would love to own that. So same thing with this. If you ask me, especially because of the way I love the Reverso, and especially because of the way you can get so many Reversos in precious metal in that $10,000 to $15,000 range, white gold, pink gold, it just seems like a no-brainer to me.
Oh, yeah.
You see something like this, and you're still blown away.
Mm-hmm. The Reversos with the Van Gogh paintings duplicated on the reverse side recently released. Those are interesting.
Let me show a few examples with the enamel paintings, right? That's what you mean?
I'm not going to say yes or no
on
enamel. But the reverse of the case back is duplicates of Van Gogh paintings.
Yeah, I found it. Let me pull it up. Pull it up.
Oh, these, yeah. These are like special edition. They only like make 4 or 5 of them out of the fucking year almost.
Yeah. And you can ask for similar personalizations, but they cost a lot, I think. A lot. Like if you have, first of all, they don't do these sorts of paintings on steel reversos, period. The furthest they will go with your personalization on a steel reverso on the case back is engraving, and engraving accentuated with the lacquer. For paintings, for anything like this, even if it's a much lesser work of art, they are asking for a precious metal reverso. Yeah, that's a Gustav Klimt painting, Portrait of a Lady. And this is a Courbet view of Lake Geneva, which,
So
somehow.
These are options?
No, I think these were limited editions that they produced, and then they have the Van Gogh, which is Sunset at Montmajour. And they come with like matching dials as well, as you see, Jay. Like the Van Gogh comes with these sunray green dial that I've not seen on any other Reverso model. The Klimt comes with this honeycomb kind of thing, you see? Like a teal color.
I like that.
Me too. I love that dial, actually. And then you have this like herringbone blue for the Courbet painting.
I can imagine that they've produced a lot of one-offs, limited editions.
Yeah.
Imagine to get into the club, you need to flip your reverso over and show that, unique picture of whatever.
Yeah. Speaking of that,
I would love to see their archive.
Yeah, I think they have a very nice museum where they have, all these special ones, like Edward VIII, eighth's coronation watch that wasn't meant to be, Douglas MacArthur's personal one.
I'm talking about photographs or drawings of every piece they've made? Do you think they've made a drawing or have a photograph of every piece they made, even if it's a piece unique?
I would like to think so. I think they would have something like that in Le Sentier, the village where they are still based. It's something to look into for sure.
Where does JLC? Where does JLC call home? Switzerland?
Le Sentier. This is how it's called. Like this.
I mean, Lauren, I think you're right. Now, I'm not gonna, because I'm lazy, I'm not gonna actually take the time to look that up. But I would just assume, as long as they weren't affected or like around World War II, I would assume, that they have a good portion of their archives still put together, like Paddock does. Because doesn't Paddock have a good portion of their archives all kind of categorized in a giant warehouse? Technically speaking, and they have all their history still intact. That it just will never be seen to the general public.
I mean, you don't have to look it up, but it's in Valle de Joux, like the Joux Valley, which is like kind of the heartland of Swiss watchmaking. That's where Patek Philippe is based, more or less. That's where Vacheron Constantin is based, and it's like maybe 20, 30 miles away from Geneva, I think. And they do have a little museum there. I'm sure of that. I haven't visited it, but that's what I heard. And I'm sure they would have an extensive archive as well, because they bring up these pictures from older watches once every so often for some sort of marketing campaign. And it's for them to have those and not have other minor details that they don't like divulging at once, or they're not releasing to the public just yet because they're waiting for the right moment, I can imagine. But what I was going to say,
Right.
Joe, since you think of that watch as your dress watch, and as I think it was Just Saying who said, $2,000 watch strap or a 10 minutes with a pole dancer, Joe will take the stripper 10 out of 10 times. That watch does deserve at least the option of a black croc strap of the highest pedigree. Forget about 200, pay the piper, 400, 500, get the JLC, get the Camille Fournet, get the Hermes, whatever you want, but get that watch a beautiful black croc strap.
Yeah, I should. I mean, bullshit aside, I realistically should get a 3 different straps, decent straps for the JLC. I guess but I kind of do go back and forth now with the Cartier, because I might throw a black strap on that one and just have it set like that, where this is a brown one. I don't have to worry about taking it to the dealer and having it swapped out, and I just can go back and forth between the Cartier and this one. But
it doesn't have.
At the same time,
it doesn't have the open lip behind. It's not like
on
this.
my Reverso. No, I don't think so. Let me take a look here.
So I have the.
Oh shit! It does. It does. I take that back. It has the little the little nub there.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, that's what I have on my Reverso strap. I also have,
that pretty much tells you.
There was a gentleman on another stream that was making a watch strap live.
Yeah, Lux Report actually has all the tools you need to make.
And he was making one live. Yeah.
Yeah, he was punching some holes on.
I saw a lot of glue, a lot of different processes, a lot of drying time, curing time.
He has the whole shebang.
Yeah.
But Lord, I mean, that basically tells you how much I like, how often I wear this watch. I don't even know what this watch comes with.
Come on, Meech.
You should give it more wear. I feel like, as much as you love your Cartier, I think this could be a good gentleman's club watch as well.
Meech, did you hear Dodger say that he thinks
I've worn it
watches
plenty
have
of times
souls?
in the gentleman's club. What's that, Jay?
Did you hear that Dodger thinks watches have souls?
I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it either. So if your watch has a soul, you need to take care of it. You should know every aspect of it.
Again, the way that Dodger talks about his watches, I'd be surprised that they don't have souls, because he does breathe some life into them. The way he obsesses about the way he keeps fidgeting with that bezel on his new.
Yeah.
I have kitchen tables, wooden kitchen tables that were around 40, 50 years ago that I won't dispose of, because I know that my grandparents sat at those tables, spoke at those tables. To me, those tables have souls. So
Absolutely.
I could seat 24 at any time.
Absolutely.
I was gonna say, don't let Mike the Snake know. He'll want him for his box.
Well, he's not talking about the box. The box is off topic. Can't go near the box.
No, I love Mike the Snake. I made my peace with
I
it.
do too. I
don't talk behind his back. I don't say anything mean.
He did seem
love to buy him
genuinely
a stuffed
interested
sloth.
when
like his little pet monster. I would love to buy him a giant stuffed sloth so he can have like on his show, like on Archie's show. I think he would flip out for that. I feel like he would.
He's kind of obsessed with sloths. Yes, that's true.
Mike was.
They're adorable little animals. Why not?
Interested when I pointed out to him that Y2K in Singapore has desiccant pouches in his watch boxes.
I saw that. Yeah.
Very humid in Singapore, Meech.
That's it.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean. Okay, yeah, now I know what you mean.
Desiccant, moisture absorption.
Just to clarify something, I'm not sure if I will do them every day, but now that I run my own stream, I think I would like to do at least 3 times a week, and I will try to time them either right before or right after Archie's show. Today it was particularly a good time because Tim was out of town, so he wasn't running his stream right after, and he wasn't on Archie's to post his. So I got some people over here, and it's the first time, so it's
timwright.com.
It's the shiny new object. Let's see if I can actually keep the attention of people here. I think there's a lot to talk about. I have a couple of new subjects coming up. I like the live stream format because I like being prepared, but I also like to improvise. I like to be a little off the cuff. I like being impromptu. I like to be extemporaneous. And I'm also a very shit video editor. So I want to do, 1 or 2 streams every week that are dedicated specifically to one subject, where I talk for about 15 to 30 minutes and then invite people in if they want to come. And I also want to have at least 2 of these per week, when I either do a pre-show for Archie or after show, and see if people would be interested in that as well. And I think I can pull it off, and we'll see how far it goes. Obviously, I'm happy to have a core audience that's a little different than everyone else, but I think there are a lot of overlaps as well, and I don't mind that because this
Where
grew
are
out.
you with the idea of
With
going out onto the street, a man on the beat?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Just. That's a good point. After Archie is good because only Tim has a live stream at that time, and there are a lot of people who don't want to listen to Tim. Listen, I have hosted Tim here a lot of times. I think when he is not hosting himself, he can be really resourceful. He can be really helpful. And as with all of us, he has his imperfections. We all do. But I think he wants to collaborate. I think he wants to, of course, grow his own channel. But ultimately, he treats it as not as a zero-sum game, as some people do. He thinks that it's a pie that we can grow together. So with all our disagreements, I'm still happy to have him on this show. But I'm also not averse to the idea of running a stream that runs at the same time as his does, because, again, we are different characters and we talk about different things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For me, it's a privilege to be on Archie's stream. Even before I had a channel, even before I was doing any sort of self-promotion. So I naturally, gravitate towards Archie's stream. And then if some people want to follow me out of it, I'm more than happy to do that. And again, it was great to be part of it today. Hiromi was, for me, the woman who engraved the back of the carrier on that Archie Reverso. So to be able to contribute in some way to the celebration of her birthday, it was just great. So.
Did she appear
and
on the
with all due respect to Marcelo's stream, Lord, you're actually doing a
shook
lot
my
better
head,
than he
okay.
is. Yeah.
Sorry, say that again, Joe.
I said, with all due respect to Marcelo, I mean, you looked at the numbers by the numbers, and you got at one time you had 20 viewers, and Marcelo had 3. So I mean, you're, how do I say this appropriately? You're in line to be more than successful, because, respectfully speaking, the competition between you and Tim, that would be, it's respectable competition, and with you and with Marcelo, it's non-existent nowadays.
Yeah, well, again, I'm not. My intention is not to compete with Marcelo time, because it's 24/7. It's a different kind of space, different kind of flow, different kind of rhythm. That will always have its place. That will always have its special audience. People coming in and out during the day, at night, whatever time is comfortable to them, and generating random conversations that grow at their own pace. So I'm happy. I love that community. And I'm not just saying it in the general way of community. I love the kind of people who hang out at Marcelo time in the panel, who contribute and grow the channel in the chat. I think that's the lifeblood of that channel, and I think it should continue, and it has a very important place.
Maybe a better way of saying it is, I think, Lord, you would give the community a break from when Marcelo needs his rest. If Tim's not on, then the people, and regardless whether if Tim's on or off, you would give the punters some viewing action when things are a little slow. Put it that way.
For sure. for sure. And
you're not
yes.
going to often look at enamel painted Reversos on other streams, and you're not often going to be berated by some cussing and cursing, you know, with the Yorkshire accents. You know, so if you get the 3-year-old sitting with you, you know, you can't listen to it. I'd love to listen to Joe Rogan, but no, Joey Diaz is just going to keep cursing and swearing. So let's listen to Rafi.
Yeah, Danny is a very, very special, very unique person. I'm so glad that he participates now more actively. I love that he is on Archie's stream once every so often as well.
The biggest and toughest guys are often the shyest.
And he also has a beautiful collection. Actually, maybe I should send him something via PayPal to review his collection at some point. I would love to do that.
An interesting turn of ideas, but yes.
But yeah, to remember, guys, if just to remind you of that, that email address there that's connected to PayPal, it is an actual email address that I use. So if you want me to do a collection review for you, absolutely for free at this point in time, please send pictures. If you want wrist shots, shots in your watch box, videos even of certain pieces, I would love to go through them. If you want to be part of a live stream like that, send me also a time that fits you. And I would love to do that. If you want to suggest future topics, if you need help with an upcoming watch purchase, or if you just want to be better informed about the brand, about a specific model of that brand, just send me that idea. You can always, of course, drop a comment to any of the videos. I respond to them. I pick up ideas from them. I appreciate everything that you do for this channel. So all of these contributions are purely optional. But if you do want to help me, those are your options. If nothing, any of the books I talk about, they usually have Amazon links there. I'm trying to get that link up figured out soon. I applied for being an Amazon associate, so I will soon be making a small portion of any purchase made like that. I would appreciate that as well, but none of this matters at this point. If you like what I'm doing, just like and subscribe and keep coming and keep contributing to the chat and to the panel. And Jay Gray, Joe, I really appreciate both of you.
Do you have a mission statement, Lord?
Do I?
Yeah. Is there a mission statement for your endeavor?
Yeah. Tell me what it is. I don't
know. I'm
know.
asking you if you have one.
Oh, it's a question.
Yes. What is your mission statement?
My mission statement is actually simple. I haven't drafted it, but since I talked all that nonsense about being extemporaneous and improvising, I'll tell you this. I just wanted to create a space that's a little more focused, that delves deep into very specific information about watches, that can be in the form of a historical narrative. It can be in the form of a life story, right? Of a certain individual who owned a particular watch, or who had a collection that seems to have an overarching theme. Or it can be simply useful information that you can take advantage of and actually put into work when you are out in the market trying to purchase a watch, especially a vintage watch. But I think I have my 2 cents to contribute when it concerns a contemporary watch as well. So all in all, this is a platform for horological knowledge. And whenever we have Joe on board, it's a platform also for horological knowledge, spelled with a W in this case. And all around, I think I want something informative, educational, but also entertaining, without just talking shit randomly.
Okay, good. Because what I've seen lacking in all the other streams are the true collectors, the big boys. You know, how big do we have? You know, thankfully we've been able to meet cars and chronos, for instance.
I'm one of these days. One of these days, I'm actually gonna sneak up on him somewhere in Los Angeles.
Oh, change your phraseology.
And tap him on the shoulder. Cars.
Yeah, no.
Great fan here.
Email him first.
Wristwatch check, cars. Wristwatch.
Right. So that was fun. We had a great stream here going, and then
No, I'm kidding. But actually, you know, of course, he is a heavy hitter.
To my point, we don't have any of the serious collectors. Like, do we have producer Michael listening in? Do we have Kevin O'Leary listening in? You know?
Well, I mean, those are
And
big
if they
fish,
are,
my guy.
why aren't
Those
they
are more
coming
than
on?
big fish. They're sharks.
If they are listening in, why aren't they coming on? And maybe it's because there hasn't been a proper host yet. And maybe you can do that.
Listen, I mean, I'm not averse to any kind of collaboration, and obviously, you know, I've talked on these streams with cars, and I would love to host him one day, or you know, and once we do that, perhaps after I reach out properly to him, maybe we can also do some sort of short stream from somewhere in Southern California where we can, you know, enjoy a cigar or drink a dram together and talk about watches. Yeah, that's always an option. That's always an option.
I'm pretty sure you would with Hugh Lord, honestly. I mean, he did it with Tim. And in all fairness, anybody who can drink with Tim right has a lot of patience and is very understanding. So I'm pretty sure he'd be more than open to doing, a meetup with you and having to, take a little bit of time and sit down and then talk to you about the wristwatch community.
I'm sure, Lord, you would have the diplomatic abilities to even go to one of the penthouse parties in Los Angeles that TPG will be throwing.
That I'm sure I'm already blacklisted with all this praise to Saint Nicholas.
Oh no! You're the diplomat, the intermediary. Come on, there's always an angle. There is always an angle.
There could be, but house parties are not really my scene at any rate. But I'm gonna properly reach out to cars.
He's turning that penthouse into a showroom.
Well, we don't even know if he has actually.
Well, we will find out. Yes,
we'll find out quite soon.
The script is fluid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna reach out properly to cars, and if he has any time for me, we'll figure that out. But first and foremost, I would love to host him on the stream. Even for 15 minutes.
Oh, of course.
And if he likes the vibe, maybe we can do something a little different. I know we have some common connections, maybe 2 degrees of separation at most, especially through the Vacheron boutique here. Yeah, I would love to. I actually like the guy. I like his collection, even though it's not my style at all. I mean, Cars and Chronos, right? That's the name. So it's not my thing, but he has so many beautiful and unique pieces that, again, we go back full circle, right? If you like watches, you can't but appreciate. You just have to say, wow, that's a beautiful watch. That's a great execution.
Right, exactly. And there are people all around the world. And the big boys don't seem to, they love their watches, but they don't seem to be connecting to this.
Yeah, I mean, some of it has to do with the fact that, I'm a loner, right? I like being on my own. I like going out every so often, but I have a very small,
I don't. I hate leaving the house.
Right. I have a very small and tight-knit group of friends, and they have their own lives too. So it means that I see them maybe once a week, maybe every other week, maybe once a month, which means that, unless I'm doing my work, I have all this unstructured time that I can spend on these streams. Whereas I think Cars and Chrono is out and about. And more power to him, because he enjoys life and he looks like someone who takes pleasure in life, and I always appreciate that. So I think that's one reason, right? He's a worldly man, so by definition he doesn't spend too much time on live streams in front of his computer, and I'm the last one to look down upon something like that. I spend a lot of my free time on these live streams, but I also appreciate someone who can unplug and go out and enjoy life, and Cars and Chronos is doing that.
I've daydreamed. When I was a kid, I daydreamed that I wanted to hang out with Gary Coleman. Doesn't ring any bells? You guys are too young for that, eh?
No, it's the little guy, no?
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, what you talking about, Willis? That actually would be interesting, I guess. Now that I know who you're talking about.
And I completely forgot why I brought that up.
You said you were daydreaming about Gary Coleman. No?
Gary Coleman, no, as a child I did. I wanted to hang out with Gary Coleman really bad.
Okay.
But I forgot why I brought that up.
I'm a little distracted, guys, because I'm doing some shopping here. I'm doing some shopping.
What is that?
Oh, who is that a gift for?
It's not a bad price. Not a bad price. It's going to be for Mike the Snake, since he likes so many sloths.
How much is it?
Sloth.
It's like $13. $13.
Oh, get it. Please.
You have his shipping address?
I'm going to have to talk to him on a private stream. Because I have no idea how I can hold him.
Share anything. But like, you're that tight with Mike, you can send.
Dude, I think he would flip through the roof. I feel like he would flip through the roof if he got one. It'd be kind of cool to send it to him anonymously, but
Kind of also creepy. So I'm glad you're asking him
that too.
first.
Well, I mean, no, he's just he's got that pet monster that. Look, I mean, bull BS aside, I mean, he's clearly passionate about that, and I just don't want to. I don't want him to kind of wear out his toy there because it has so much sentimental value to him. And everyone asks him to do the monster dance and whatnot. And he's always picking it up and playing with it and whatnot. I mean, and that's his choice. But if he had a sloth, he'd be a little bit more. I don't know, a little bit more comfortable playing around with the sloth plushie rather than
you might not
childhood
feel
toy.
flow. feel as slow with the
The,
sloth
the
around.
thing is, I will tell you this: it's something he had for so long, and just an unfiltered childhood story of mine. I remember when I was a little kid, Coke had these commercials with polar bears where they were enjoying a bottle of Coca-Cola. And I remember one day my mom came home with this little plush polar bear that had a Coke, like a what do you call it?
Like the
something
Coke bottle?
no, clip on to your clothing, something you can clip on, like a button.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it had a Coke sign, Coke logo on it as well. And I kept that plush toy for a good decade, like just set in the pride of place of my childhood room. And I never, when I went somewhere, right? And at that time, I was still drinking these soda pops. And if they said, we don't have Coke, is Pepsi okay? I would never drink Pepsi. So when I was a little kid, that little plush toy got into my head so much. And the way that my mom gave it to me, because I saw it in a stupid commercial, meant so much to me that I would not take any other drink. It was just Coke and nothing else. So, that stupid little toy somehow, just like these, stupid little watches, they end up, getting infused with all these memories and all these meanings that we put into them. And suddenly, years later, you might forget the occasion, you might forget why, but you're still attached to that object.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's that stuff is serious, no joke. And I know Mike is concerned about it because I know he kind of pointed out like one of the monsters' little tooth is kind of battered up, and he was talking about like, well, I want to put it someplace where the puppies can't grab it, and he's always kind of worried about it. So you know what, if he's willing, I'm just gonna buy him a giant plushy sloth. Now we can put his childhood toys someplace safe, and he can do his little sloth dances now.
That's actually a beautiful idea, Joe. I think it would be a great gift. So hopefully you can figure it out and find, discover a way of sending it to him without creeping him out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're not expensive though. I mean, it's like $19, $20. Ah, screw it,
No, it's a very thoughtful gift.
So imagine if we had producer Michael on for a half an hour, or Kevin O'Leary.
Oh,
He'd
well,
be really into
that's the big fish. That's the big fish.
He's not gonna.
Look, I know we are allowed to
Some
dream.
other people he just doesn't want to maybe hang out with.
I know we are allowed to dream, but for now, I'm happy to have Jay Gray Sweater and Big Meech and Danny.
Well, if you're happy to have Jay Gray Sweater, you better be happy to dream big.
I appreciate that. So hopefully,
come on, let's go, boys.
Baby steps.
I'm running out of time here.
Baby steps.
Actually, I'm not here looking for anything in return. I'm just enjoying myself.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Straight up, front up to everyone who's listening and will listen and will hear this. I'm not looking for fuck all.
Yeah,
I'm having fun.
I appreciate it.
And now I'll shut up.
No, not at all. We are closing to 5 hours now, which is a record for my stream. So I think I'm gonna wrap up in about 6 minutes.
6 minutes. How can you be so precise?
Well, because we are at 4 hours 53 minutes and 52 seconds.
And there's
We don't have
a
to close
larger,
at 5.
there's a larger bill after 5 hours.
No. But I might need to get some rest.
What is that phrase, Joe?
Say it.
No rest.
No rest for the wicked.
Oh, okay. It's like I don't know where you're going with this.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. I need to to take a step into that coffin as the lights come out. So
I had a dear old friend, Swiss brain surgeon, left and went to Hawaii. The elders in Hawaii called him Rainbow Tide.
why?
Because he was the bridge.
So
The brain surgeon said, "Healer, heal thyself."
yeah. What is the Latin version? Cura te sua, I think. Doctors, heal yourself. Yeah, it's it is an interesting profession. Physicians have a very different drive, especially surgeons.
Yeah.
I had at some point when when I was right out of college, I had a roommate who was a resident for becoming a heart surgeon, and he was a very special man as well, and he still is. I mean, God bless him. He was from Germany originally as well, and very driven. Didn't know. Loved his fun, loved his drinking. He was from Bavaria, so he knew his drinking as well. He could hold his liquor, but he was also very hardworking, very committed, and didn't know rest when he had his mind locked in on something. So I can kind of see that mentality.
Yes, this guy said no one ever died from lack of sleep. And I think that's why he didn't understand the joke. Did you read the news about the corduroy pillow that made all the headlines?
Oh, God damn! That took me like a minute to think about.
I think there's deep irony in the fact that World Corduroy Day is 11/11, November 11, because it's all ones that are like the whales.
It makes sense, yeah.
Fabric. And there's a deep irony. That's also the world's Singles Day because it's 1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah. As a federal employee, I get that day off every year.
Yeah, so it's
Because you're single or what? Nah.
in the sense that I do wear a lot of corduroy, and I think it has more than the unibrow. I think that has a kind of hold off effect on ladies. So
that's just
try to tone it down a little bit.
Tone down the corduroy?
Yeah.
Well, what? What are you going to put on? Leather slacks?
No.
Oh my God! So what the hell?
Just khakis and my tight jeans.
Tighties. Well, you're going to that big party in the penthouse soon.
No way.
Well, I can think of the content, man. You can live stream it. or at least get some, some footage. Build the channel up.
I'm.
Think of
I'm
all the people that will be at the party.
I have my limits. I have my limits. I don't think I can take a TPG party in any way.
Meech, you go with them.
I don't know how I feel about a TPG party. Because I don't want to see a monkey. I don't want to see a spotted monkey holding my drink, and then I have to wonder if it's spit in my drink or not. So.
I think spitting in your drink is probably one of the better scenarios you can expect from exotic animals held captive. So, I think, I think I will hold off on that idea in particular, Jay Gray. I like every other thing you presented. I'm completely on board.
A lot of shootings in that penthouse. And Tight Pants said, "No problem. We'll just have an armed guard." So the place was vacant for a long time because people have been shot there.
That's morbid, man. That's morbid, and it's too real again. Living in Los Angeles and living in downtown Los Angeles in particular, where you do hear the occasional alarm and sometimes at least noises that resemble a gunshot. It's quite unnerving. Let's put it like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have just passed the 5-hour mark, and I'm gonna bid you all adieu.
Only 19 hours to go.
No, I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. Not today. Not today. On another occasion, probably I can pull through, but I wasn't even prepared for a 5-hour stream today. But
give Meech the wrench.
With your help and with your, actually, I will give him a wrench in my chat. I don't know why I didn't so far. Let me find his name.
No, it's not necessary. I don't know what to do with it anyways, honestly.
I have a couple of other moderators. You don't have to do any work. I just just to put it there. But yeah, so guys, thank you so much for being here. The panelists especially helped me pull through my first multiple hour stream. I don't think I streamed on my own more than an hour and a half before, so I really appreciate it. I love that everyone was so supportive, so communicative, and so helpful in the chat as well. I appreciate all of you. Charlie was just listening in. Thank you. I really appreciate you. LA Methwich just dropped in. Thank you, LA, for coming. Chunkster, of course, Jay Gray, Joe, Plastic, Danny, Hoff, and anyone and everyone else who joined. J617, Chaos, GB Vol, JT. It's really a pleasure to have you all. Jamie, who dropped by, Jamie Opulence, thank you. Guys, if I'm forgetting anyone, I apologize. Aussie Expat, of course. I will take my time and go through everyone. Alexander, he was very supportive. MLMJ, Full On John, each and every one of you. I really appreciate you. Again, if I somehow skipped Mike P, if I skipped anyone, I apologize. I will not forget you. I will not forget you next time. Like Brent, like and subscribe, and tell all your friends. Mathis, I know Tim Wright dropped a message earlier. Picasso, all of you, silver, all of you, I appreciate you. I expect to see you again in the next stream. And until then, please like, subscribe, and tell your Viking friends. I'll see you in the next one.
Tell your loving friends.